The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. Meeting is held live and in person at Halepono'i, Kapolei, and virtually via interactive conference technology on Zoom. I am Ikaika Anderson, Chairman Designate of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. And today's date is Tuesday, February 21. The time is 9:35 a.m. Before we move forward, Commissioner Kaleikini, would you please offer today's pule?
Thank you, Chair. Before I start our pule, I just want to ask for us to observe a moment of silence for former Commissioner from East Hawaii, Mr. Wale Ishibashi, who recently passed away. Mahalo. Let us pray. So, dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for all of the blessings that you have provided for us, for bringing us here together for the meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission in February. We thank you for everyone who's here to participate in person. We thank you for everyone that's online, who's here to also participate with our meeting. We, as the Hawaiian Homes Commission and Department of Hawaiian Homelands, have before us blessings with one of the greatest opportunities to move our beneficiaries forward, getting folks off the wait list. And we really look forward to working collaboratively, helping one another. So please provide us with the wisdom, the strength, and the determination to move forward what our Prince Kuhio started off for us over 100 years ago. We have so much work to do, and we really do appreciate this opportunity. So we ask that you guide us through this. We also like to ask you, dear Lord, one of our fellow colleagues from the department, Mr. Rodney Lau, is tending to some medical situations. We offer all of our prayers to Rodney and his entire ohana. We ask, lastly, that look over our state, look over our country and everything that's going on around us. We ask that you help us. And in the end, please provide safety for everyone that leaves here so everyone gets home safely. And we ask these things in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Commissioner Kupu. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wolf,
Here.
Commissioner Freitas,
Here.
Commissioner Helmuthi late, Commissioner Kaleikini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu is excused, Commissioner Namu'o. Here. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya.
Here.
Chair Anderson.
Here.
7 members present, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, any announcements on guests this morning? Commissioner Teruya, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to aloha some of my beneficiaries here from the west side.
Please.
Mahalo for coming. I know we had heavy rain, but you made it here. Mahalo for your participation coming from the west side. And we appreciate you. Before we go to the approval of agenda, I just also wanted to make my statements and thanking our designated chairman for the opportunity of serving and the opportunity and chance that you went up in front of the Senate for this nomination. I'm sorry that things didn't turn out that way, and I always know that God does have a plan for you. I mahalo you and I thank you. And with that being said, no disrespect, I have questions from beneficiaries wondering, because you weren't nominated or you withdraw, maybe it's a legal issue that statement can be made today, is that how do you continue to serve as the designated chairman on the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. So I'd like to hear something, a finding from the AG's office, if that's possible. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. So noted.
Commissioner Teruya. So Governor appointed Chair Designate Anderson under the governor's interim appointment authority pursuant to Article 5, Section 6 of the Hawaii Constitution. Withdrawal of a nomination means that there will be no confirmation. However, Chair Designate Anderson can still serve until the end of session. Unless, of course, a new appointment is made.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
It's actually on the moment. So we will amend the roll call to be.
And I do see him present. Aloha, Commissioner Kopu. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, and everybody else.
Chair.
Commissioner Awo.
Yes, so Ryan, thank you for that clarification because I as well want to acknowledge that at our Mokupuni Council meeting, that question did come up. So I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Awo. Members, any further remarks at this time? Thank you. Public testimony will be taken following the approval of the agenda this morning. Please sign up at the reception table to speak if you have not done so already. If you do desire to speak, of course, you may also raise your hand to speak at the time I call for additional speakers, and those who are gathered online may raise your virtual hand if you wish to speak. The commission will convene for lunch and an executive session around noon for approximately 90 minutes. May I have a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So move.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion is carried. Okay. Members, we will move into the consent agenda. Where are we? I'm sorry, we're public testimony. We are in public testimony. I'm going to move to the testifiers list.
Minutes.
Did we do that? Oh, where are the minutes?
Approval of minutes.
Okay. I'm sorry, members. Let me back up to the approval of minutes first, please. You call mine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have several.
Any
corrections.
amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Please proceed.
All right, for the January 17th, page 2 out of 28, paragraph 3. Is this a new method that we're going to be starting? Because this is the first time I've seen approval of minutes and the corrections that is on that page as stated. Anyway, you can get back to me. On page 3.
We can get back with you on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner.
It's just, it's unusual. It's the first time I've noticed that the corrections, yeah. It's kind of good because I know council does that too. Page 3 out of 28, paragraph 4. It was noted that Mazagatani is still reviewing the past minutes.
Yes.
Question, why is she, and for the department was reviewing the past minutes? That should be inserted. I don't think it was inserted in that discussion. Out of page 5 out of 28.
Yes.
Paragraph, second last paragraph, it should be inserted that Pat Kahawaloa expressed concerns of allowing a past employee to review past minutes. That should also be inserted.
Okay.
That was discussion. And page 12 out of 28, I asked under the last paragraph, the second last to the last paragraph, line item 4, if there was an update, Commissioner Teruya asked the department to produce a list of vacancies and the type of positions that are in. If that could be an update provided to the commission, I appreciate it.
Okay.
And page 17 out of 28, under discussion, I also want to comment if a follow-up can be done by Juan Garcia to provide us with the updates on Patrick James Mitchell, a Nanakuli beneficiary.
Okay.
What happened, what's going to go on, what is the status? So these beneficiaries can know what's going on with their property in Nanakuli.
Okay.
And thank you for your patience. And on page, special meeting, under page 7 on the 13, under PT 15, misspelling of Senator Kurt Fafella, it should be K-U-R-T Fafella. A correction of spelling should be fixed on that part.
Yes,
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the corrections.
thank you very much. Any further amendments to the minutes?
I have one, please.
Yes, please proceed.
On page 2 of 28. 1 to the 4th paragraph. So just to clarify, in the last sentence, I referenced appropriations of $500,000 and the 2 million. Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify for the minutes that there was an appropriation by Senator De La Cruz in 2022 for $500,000. And the mention of the 2 million is really part of the Act 279. So they're separate.
So noted, Commissioner, thank you. Any further discussion on the minutes? If there's no further discussion on the minutes, is there a motion to approve the regular meeting and the special meeting? Okay. I'm sorry, who
Raul and Nevis
moved by Awo, seconded by Nevis?
with amendments.
Yes, with amendments. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion is carried. Thank you very much. So move to our testifiers list. First testifier, Demont Manaole, followed by Kona Janos, followed by Brenda. Mr. Manaole, please come forward. You please offer your name for the record and share your testimony. Aloha, good morning.
Aloha, good morning, Chair, members. My name is Demond Manaole, co-manager of Ho'omanapono LLC, we're a Native Hawaiian corporation that advocate for Native Hawaiians and education for Native Hawaiians and paralegal process litigation and stuff like that. So I wanted to testify, originally I wanted to testify in what you're gonna be talking about in the executive session that deal with the Kalaeloa lands, the delinquent right of entry issues. That's near and dear to our heart like that because we are working with a number of Native Hawaiian companies that have been trying for years to get right of entry and to be able to get leases down there, long-term leases, so they can have their businesses thrive. But it seems like the commission never have approved for a Native Hawaiian corporation to be able to have lands in Kalaeloa, but Interjex, a Canadian company, they can get them. Basha can get them. Nan Inc. or Non Inc. however you like to pronounce them, they can get them. They can get whatever they like, but Hawaiians no can. So when you're talking in your executive session, I'd like you guys to be able to consider that. Maybe you guys, it's time you guys start thinking about getting Hawaiians offered a month-to-month leases because it hurts them. They cannot go to the bank and they cannot get loans taken out because they only get month-to-month leases. But if they get long-term leases, they can take that to the bank and they can be able to get funding to improve their businesses. So under 204, I understand that you guys may consider Native Hawaiians, but you guys should be thinking about considering Hawaiians first to get those right of entries and whatnot. So that's all I got to say about that. The other thing I ended up wanted to come here and comment on is the F3. Because I saw on Facebook this morning another hate post against Ikaika, making like he the god of this place. And I just want to say this. We get $600 million and we can spend every single penny building a home. But at the end of the day, when you build all the homes, we're still not gonna have enough homes for everybody. And we're still not gonna have nothing in the bank after that. So I think that 279 is a good thing. And look like you guys get a good plan. But I question the validity of that plan because during COVID in 2020, I never get contacted. How you guys was able to do this study of beneficiaries? I see a lot of input from Hawaiian Homestead Associations and Hawaiian Homestead leaders. But what about us 28,000 on the waiting list? Who will consult us? And where's the evidence of that? And I was told SMS will handle that. So I'm thinking about doing a new litigation. So I'm probably gonna end up going up another round against brother. Again, he beat me the first time, brother Ryan. It's cool. But we're gonna go round 2 now. And it's unfortunate that we gotta go to that because now we're gonna get one stay on the 600 million because I don't agree with the way the thing going. I think part of that money should be used to leverage so we can increase that 600 million. Shaw has plans on doing that. The government has plans on doing that. You know, CNHA, but they leveraged, they had $1 million and now they get $90 million. So if everybody else can do that, how come Hawaiians don't can? So instead of beating up on people who want to promote leveraging, maybe we should all come to the table because otherwise everybody gonna lose. I just want to share that. Thank you.
Mahalo for your manao.
Mahalo.
Kona Junos, followed by Brenda Junos, followed by Dawn Kili Holokai. Aloha, good morning. Please state your name for the record and offer your remarks.
Morning, my name is Kona Jugos, President of Princess Kahanu Association.
Good morning.
Mahalo for this opportunity to provide public testimony on this important issue specific to our community. Princess Kahanu Association has been DHHL's flagship planned community for almost 30 years. As president of the association, I speak for each of our 271 DHHL lessees and their families. I'm humbly asking Governor Green to release general funds that were awarded to our community by DHHL in December of 2022. With prior grants awarded in 2020 and funds in 2022, we contracted with an engineering company to design and plan our new facility, community center, and community kitchen for our residents. Our intention is to build a community hub for our people. Our focus is on caring for our kupuna and keiki, creating an area where we can provide a variety of educational, cultural, and community events that we currently do not have the capacity to provide at this time. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. And let the record reflect that Commissioner Helm has also joined our meeting virtually this morning.
Question.
Yes, Commissioner Teruya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kona, for being here. You are the president of Princess Kahanu Hawaiian Home Association. Thank you, and I'm familiar with your projects. And I will also support your testimony of stating, and I hope this is really clear to our designated chairman, that the governor needs to release these grants funds that was already initiated, awarded in December 2022. And I hope that, Mr. Anderson, that you could make a call to the governor's office and have those funds released. They were awarded to not only Princess Kahanu, but other Hawaiian homestead associations island-wide. And I know that they are waiting for the funds. The importance of holding these funds back is the construction costs will go up. Projects will be held back, and that will cost the associations a lot more money to get their projects done. So I know this is very sincere to many, many of the grant awardees. And I know we have this on the agenda as I requested, because this is moving into March and fiscal year ends in July, June and July. So with that being said, after this, I really urge our designated chairman Anderson to please communicate to the governor to release these funds so our homesteads can be able to get their projects going. So thank you so much, Kona, for being here, and your ohana. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Trujillo, so noted.
Thank
And
you.
we'll work
thank
on
you,
that.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Mahalo nui for your testimony. Brenda Janos, followed by Don Kili Holokai, followed by Jeremy Makepa. Oh, I did not see that. Commissioner Helm, you're on mute, Commissioner.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Yeah, yes, Chair, Ikaika, I just wanted to ditto what Patty Tiur, our other commissioner, mentioned about the grants. So it's really important that we could move that forward so the associations statewide can get their grants and move forward. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Hi.
Aloha, good morning. Please state your
Good
name for the
morning.
record and offer your testimony.
Okay, my name is Brenda Jugos, and I'm the general manager for Princess Kahana. Okay, Association, which it has 271 homes on Hawaiian homelands. I'm here to ask for please to release the funds that was granted to us in December 2022 by the Department of Hawaiian Homesteads Commission. Okay, we're, like Kona has mentioned, that we are to use it for improving our facilities, okay? Our association was the first Hawaiian homestead association to be established in 1994. Okay, and we were a self-sufficient and nonprofit organization. The Princess Kahana Association currently community center has a capacity of only holding 38 people. Now we have 271 homes. Okay. The board of directors from Princess Kahana Association has a vision of expanding the facility to serve more of our community members. This expansion will provide our residents a community pavilion and a kitchen to be used for, but not limited, for variety of educational classes and community activities. The board of directors is fully committed to meeting the needs, the hopes, and desires of our people. This expansion will be for the next generation so they can be proud and cherish what they have through it all. Our intention is to build strong leaders to continue the work. And I just thank you for listening to our testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask her real quick? Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman.
Trujillo, please.
Aloha, Brenda. Thank you for
Aloha.
coming again. So currently you're located in Nanakuli. You come all the way up to Kapolei KCDC to use their certified kitchen, correct?
That is
Correct
correct.
for now?
You
Okay,
know,
so your project plan is one, to build a certified kitchen in PK, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
There is none on the west side,
Yeah,
you know. The only one that you would have to look at is way down by Makua, the First Hawaiian
Correct.
Bank area. So we are trying to open it up to any of the community, you know, not just for Princess Kahana, but let them know how precious they are, you know, and how we, you know, how we care, so that they can look back and say, oh, we have achieved something. And
And we are fortunate that we have KCDC in Kapolei to help the other,
Correct,
our
exactly.
Waianae homesteaders. So, okay, thank you so much.
thank you.
Thank you. Don Kili'i Holokai. Followed by Jeremy Makepa, followed by Dickinson Stone. Aloha, good morning.
My name is Don Kili'i Holokai, and I'm a resident of the Princess Kahana for 28 years, since 95. And the funding for us needs to be released for our community. Our community center is a vital link to our community, very vital. It serves our whole community, not only Princess Kahana, but all of Nanakuli and Waianae. So we have actually outgrown our hall. So our community has grown. At least 3 or 4 generations have grown up in the Princess Kahana at this point. And we need that hall. Vital. It's vital to our community. And I appreciate your time letting me testify for this. That's all I got to say right now. I appreciate it. Appreciate the time.
Mahalo for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeremy Makepa, Dickinson Stone, and Brent Nakihe are next testifiers in that order, all on Zoom. Is Mr. Makepa connected?
Hello and good morning.
Mr. Makepa. Please proceed.
Hello and good morning, commissioners. My name is Jeremy Makepa. I live on the island of Kauai. I am a fire captain for the Kauai Fire Department. I'm also president of the Aina Alliance. I'm speaking on behalf of item G4. Aina Alliance is one of the grant recipients. We mahalo you for approving us in the December meeting. We are still awaiting funds from that grant. We hope we can expedite this, as Commissioner Teruel already stated. We've been able to do a lot of amazing things in the Anola area with little to no funding, but it does get expensive out of your own pockets, and you know, asking for favors around the island in different agencies. You know, so if we could get funding to do this, we could open access to the coastline safely, as in the regional plan recently updated. Aina Alliance is a big part of the coastline management plan, and those funds would help us establish gates and fencing to keep people from coming in illegally dumping, and also make it safe for people to access that. And that's one of the big problems we have right now, is we want to allow public access, but whenever we open up the gates, we find abandoned cars and illegal dumping happening in the area. So a lot of times we have to keep it closed. So for the benefit of the community, if we can expedite those funds, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, we would like to work on the access roads. About 2 years ago, I was able to convince the county and state to cut fire break roads for the safety of the community, to reduce the size of our brush fires. And I wanted to get those roads reestablished this year before summer season and all of brush fires get to the height of their the peak season. So that's why we're looking forward to getting these funds. So if you guys can expedite that, we would greatly appreciate it, so we can get the work going that you approved in December.
Mahalo. Commissioner Nevis.
Jeremy, thanks for your testimony. I know you've got several hats to put on. Dad, fireman, taking on over 500 acres on a stewardship right of entry. Chair, these funds are very, very important to Anahola. We've spent a lot of time, the community, Jeremy and all the folks that are helping out in that area have spent a lot of time removing cars. Actually, we haven't removed them yet. We're waiting for the funds so that we can get them off. We need to fence the area. And there's still a lot more work that, we've spent several years trying to put this together. So it's very important we get those funds so we can move this project along. And Jeremy, thank you very much for all you do. Mahalo.
Thank you. Commissioner Owo.
Chair, so this is affecting our beneficiaries across the state. So I guess I have a question. Do we know if this is coming from budget and finance, or is this the governor? Because I hear the governor coming up a lot. But if it is budget and finance, we could use some help from the governor to navigate through that barrier.
My office will reach out to both.
Thank you.
Recess subject to the call of the chair. Call a meeting back to order. Just to reiterate, commissioners, I will check with both the Office of the Governor as well as the Department of Budget and Finance.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you.
that.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, so.
Commissioner Trujillo.
Thank you so much. So since that question was stated by Mr. Awo, my question is, should the funds, we're not sure if it's general funds or what you call, I guess we'll find out at our update, but should the funds not be released by this fiscal year? Does the funds lapse for these grant submission? Because many times that's kind of like how the state works down the road. Fiscal year funding got to get out. So I'm just curious because I hate to see this happen. And so I think this is a urgent movement that this department should react on in getting to know where the funds are at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Trujillo.
Aloha, Chair, Commissioners. My understanding, Gigi Kyrell, Grant Specialist, Planning Office. My understanding is that this is the funds for the grants is coming from the special $10 million. We have been at staff level, we have been instructed. There is a deadline. We have to encumber the funds by June 30 of 2023. So in order to encumber the funds, we do need a couple of months ahead of time to prepare all the documents. Yes, so there is a deadline.
Sure. Commissioner Owo.
So Gigi, is this currently still under review by budget and finance? Is that where we're currently at?
Commissioner, thank you for the question. Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. The question probably should best be answered by the Administrative Services Office. Unfortunately, there's no one here right now. They typically handle the requests to Budget and Finance to proceed to release the funds. So we acknowledge that the 10 million is a unique opportunity for our beneficiaries, and we're working diligently to make sure that the funds get released in a timely manner so that our communities can use them as they had applied through the grant process.
Okay, so that's a maybe. I'm just trying to lock it down where the ball is right now.
Andrew is correct. ASO does handle the logistics, but I believe they're not here, so I don't know. What we do know is that Chair designate did sign the request on January 27. It was submitted properly. It is at BNF and the governor's office. My understanding is those two do need to sign off on it. But the request by the chair designate was sent January 27.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for looking into it because it is affecting many of our communities. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what is ASO and who's the ASO? Is that a legitimate question that I can ask? Who does the ASO? I'm just curious.
Administrative Services Office, that's an internal division. It is headed by Rodney Lau,
Okay.
and Mr. Lau is out on sick leave. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
So there's nobody there then right now. Is that what I heard then? Is that it?
You may, or I can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator for Land Development Division. So part of the $10 million also includes funds for Paukukalo Community Center as well as Kalani Anaole Hall in Molokai. And so last week, I was conversing with Sharon Mendoza from Administrative Service Office. She's a budget analyst, and also with analysts at Budget and Finance. So I responded to questions that they had on the appropriations or the projects. And so I think it's in movement now. So I just wanted to share that information with the commission and the community that it is moving. And I think it's wise for us to just kind of keep touching base with Budget and Finance. And when it goes to the governor for final signature.
We'll definitely do that.
Okay, mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Next testifier, Brent Nakihe, followed by Malama Solomon, followed by Robbie Cabral, followed by Mililani Trask. Brent Nakihe.
Aloha.
Aloha. Good morning. Please proceed.
I guess my video is not working, but good morning, commissioners and chairman. Aloha, commissioners and chairman.
Aloha.
I'm the vice president of Kalamola Homesteaders Association on Molokai. I want to provide public testimony on item G4 grants. Kalamola Homesteaders Association wants to impress upon the chairman and commissioners the importance to urge our governor to release the funds for RFP-23-HHL 001 and 002. Kalamola Homesteaders Association would like to thank you for the funding in the past, and we look forward to the release of RFP-23-HHL-001 and 002 for the benefit of our homesteaders and beneficiaries. Mahalo, and is there any questions?
Mahalo for your testimony. Malama Solomon, followed by Robbie Cabral, followed by Mililani Trask, all on Zoom. Senator Solomon, are you
Alice.
ready to present your
Aloha.
remarks? Aloha, good morning. Please proceed.
Aloha. Yeah, mahalo nui. Anyway, I'm here to address the commission regarding Act 279, where we had asked for an appropriation of $2 million for the funding of the geothermal energy project. I did submit testimony to the commissioners, and the rationale behind this request is simple. Simply because we strongly believe that the monies that were appropriated, the $600 million, will not be able to address the total wait list. The geothermal energy took us 40 years to get the state of Hawaii to finally recognize and allow Department of Hawaiian Homelands to own their minerals beneath their Hawaiian homelands. This is indeed an opportunity for us to take advantage of. The goal of my Kakao Olelo that I have before you is the project will generate an ongoing revenue stream for DHHL, targeting the wait list and getting turnkey single-family homes built with affordable mortgages and development funds available for infrastructure for the build-out of homesteading programs as approved by the Commission. The SCHHA called Trustee Trask, and I will let the trustee explain the phone call, but I'm under the impression that they want this project. Yes, they can bid once we pass stage 1 and stage 2. And this is the portion that we had brought to the Commission's attention. Stage 1 is the identification of the location of the resource, and stage 2 is the exploration to confirm capacity. These 2 stages are the high-risk component for the development of geothermal energy, and the private sector will not invest unless there is verification and location and capacity. Would you invest $2 million if you were unsure as to where the location and the capacity of the resource is? This unknown is always the million-pound gorilla. I put this in because my dad, who's also a Hawaiian homesteader, 97 years old, World War II vet, has always asked me, what is the mitigation of risk? With investors such as the DHHL Commission as the lead, with the United States of America's federal government's grant money, the state of Hawaii, with Vaika LLC, whose parent company is IDG, these partnerships inspire confidence and result in mitigating risk factors and ensure success for the private sector to become engaged. Trustee Mililani Trask and IDG developed a native-based economic model for New Zealand. Our proposal before the Commission addresses these steps. IDG, Vaika LLC, these companies are results-driven. They have a track record. They help to develop the resource for the New Zealand Maori lands with huge success. I know, Ilaila Au. I had the opportunity as a Hawaii State Senator Water Land Chair and as a member of the Hawaiian Affairs Committee to visit projects. I was impressed by the construction completed and native ecological sensibility preserved in its natural state. I visited with the administration of the plant and half of the management financial team and those responsible for daily management were of native Maori descent. Employment opportunities were created for native peoples of New Zealand. They were given opportunity along with native companies that could provide auxiliary services and otherwise. This is a real step towards economic self-sufficiency for DHHL to own a renewable green energy firm power to benefit the homeland economic security of the state of Hawaii and the economic self-determination for the beneficiaries. In conclusion, I am not an employee of IDG or Vaika LLC. I came before you as a Hawaiian homesteader who has benefited from the wisdom of Prince Kuhio, and as a graduate of Kamehameha schools, the legacy of our beloved Pauahi, these ali'i and more mentored by Auntie Gladys Brandt, my kupuna and ohana, who firmly believe if you have the capacity to kokua our Hawaii o'iwi and our precious homeland, you should do so. My life has been dedicated to this mana'o, and I was fortunate to come from a self-employment background that gave me the freedom to do this. So with this, I end with a line that was in one of my great-grandmother's songs, Helen Deshay Beamer. Ko mau kini puwai hamana, he ola Hawaii a kau, I ka pua a nene. Your open heart will ensure long life to Hawaii to life's end. Mahalo ani loa.
Mahalo for your mana'o.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Awo, you have a question? Please proceed.
Mahalo for your manao this morning, Malama.
Yeah,
Um,
mahalo.
I-
Aloha.
I have a couple of questions. I heard the term high risk used. I think I also heard as a result, the private companies do not want to invest. And I think the third thing I heard was, would you invest your money in a high risk venture such as this? And if that's what I heard, the questions that's being asked of the commission
Mhm.
is, would we want to set aside 2 million that's intended for a very specific purpose and risk that in what's being described as a high risk venture? So that's my question.
Okay, mahalo nui. Thank you for that question. Of course, Kavehi Correa and Robbie Cabral, they could go into more detail. But what our hope is with the $2 million, okay, the 500,000 that we pull down would define location. The 200 million will give us entry for exploration. This should trigger, we would have enough information at that moment to trigger $100 to $150 million in grant monies from the federal government. Because at this moment, the Biden administration is very much in support of renewable firm energy. So it mitigates risk in terms of if we are able to perform all of those stages that I have explained, which we can. And I'm going to let IDG and Robbie Cabral and Kavehi Correa explain that to you, Commissioner. But this is my understanding, and I've looked at the numbers, and I feel that they are financially sound. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Mahalo nui.
Thank you very much. Members, anything further for Senator Solomon? Robbie Cabral, followed by Trustee Mililani Trask, followed by Kalehia Krug. Ms. Cabral, are you?
Kahiaka, Chairman and Commissioner.
Aloha. Good morning. Please proceed.
I would like to provide testimony for F3. I am here on behalf of IDG, a Native Hawaiian owned company, and a waitlisted applicant. I support the actions of Act 279 to be in a position to have the Department of Hawaiian Homelands explore their lands for their geothermal potential. This would provide for local, renewable, sustainable energy for homesteaders, as well as members, ratepayers that are members of the public, along with the Department of Energy, U.S. Department of Energy, and U.S. Department of Defense. The opportunity for this particular project allows for the uniting of a state energy grid. At the present time, as we all understand, the grids are all separated by islands under the ownership of HEI Inc. This opportunity would give Hawaiians a chance to be at the helm of developing its renewable energy resources, thereby dictating their self-determination in the development of their land assets. The alignment is in compliancy with the demand of the marketplace along with the timing. There is a need at the present time for a redevelopment of our critical energy needs. The solution to meet Hawaii's US DoD Indo-Pacific Command goes to our national security, and it provides for critical energy priorities. It aligns with the Biden administration to the Paris Agreement Accord. It aligns with the US climate control energy mandate, 100% sustainable by 2035. It also aligns with the state of Hawaii's 100% renewable energy law by 2045. It will provide HECO with a strategy solution for 60% of its ratepayers to meet the state's Hawaii Clean Energy Act to be 100% renewable. It also provides for Hawaiians to have the governance of its policies to develop their renewable resources. Also, geothermal development experts and specializing in working in island communities, nations, and with indigenous people are part of this effort by the IDG and WICA. The project is a $3 billion project. The request of the department is to explore next steps with a $2 million positioning as an investment towards the exploration of their land assets. It will also place the department in the founder's position of garnering and making the decisions for how the lands would be developed and with whom. This model also recognizes what is culturally appropriate, socially responsible, environmental sustainable, and economically pono. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Members, any questions for Ms. Cabral? If there are no questions for Ms. Cabral, the next speaker is Trustee Mililani Trask, followed by Kalehua Krug, followed by Faith Tui Pulotu, all on Zoom. Trustee Trask, please proceed.
Aloha, good morning, commissioners. Thanks so much for accommodating me. For many years, it's been known that I've been an advocate for the rights of our people on the DHHL waiting list. And I actually, that position got me appointed in 1983 to the Federal State Task Force on Hawaiian Homelands. I'm still at it. I'm here to tell you that I was so happy to see the passage of the act, because finally we have an opportunity with the department to plan for a future that will provide a dedicated revenue stream for the construction of the homes we need. 600 million sounds like a lot of money, but what would it really cost to address the needs of the 29,000 on the waiting list? Commissioners, it will cost, by my estimate, a little bit more than $7.2 billion. So with the 600 million we have, we need to look at the best allocation, not only for the few that will qualify under the mortgage restrictions and requirements now, but how are we going to use this to create a dedicated revenue stream for all of those on the list, the 29,000. This is the first time we've ever seen the state allocate money. It looks very big, but when you look at the need, you know that we will need billions more. The way to do it is to look to the development of the renewable energy resources in the state and to use it as a dedicated revenue stream for the department in the future. Instead of going every year to beg the legislature for funding to pick up the whole tab, we know that the small ends and the large ends by our state laws are owners of minerals. I believe that the time has come now for us to proceed with the identification of our geothermal resources and to put the native in the equity development structure. Not just looking at a fraction of a fraction that we call royalties, but to really develop this and to capture this. What's required is that we finish up the science and that we get the commissioner's support to say that we are going to be part of owning as well as developing the geothermal resource minerals that are in our trust. And we as the commissioners are going to create a dedicated revenue stream specifically for housing and the infrastructure we need so that we don't have to go back every year and beg the legislature for revenues. And we're not just talking about 600 million for those who are the first in line, but a dedicated revenue stream that in future years will bring in the 7.2 billion we need to address these 29,000 we have on the waiting list. I think that this opportunity will not come again. When I worked to help Maui develop their resources on 2 projects, we had a different approach, that the resources developed specifically for the need of the beneficiary and not really just for the public. But this opportunity, I think, will not come again. I think we do know some things. There's concern with high risk. Well, it's always that way when you look at identifying where critical renewable energy resources are in our lands. But remember, commissioners, the United States of America has set the deadline for renewable energy in this state. At the top of America's list is a renewable energy resource for the US Indo-Pacific Fleet, which is home based on the island of Oahu at Pearl Harbor. That is why the federal government has provided these funds. And the federal government is well aware that the Indo-Pac Fleet that provides all US security for the US in the entire Pacific region is right here in Hawaii. There is some risk, but when you have the US national security on your side, when you have significant opportunity to test your geothermal resources, we know that Hawaii right now has the greatest geothermal resource in the United States of America. Take a look at what Sustainable Energy Hawaii on the Big Island has been doing for the last several years. It's not just geothermal electricity, it is also the development of hydrogen, the development of ammonia, which will support agriculture and food security, and which will also benefit significantly our Hawaiian homesteaders, because one of the purposes of this act in Hawaii is for pastoral and agricultural uses. There's a significant benefit here. It's time that we put our commission in a position of owning and developing geothermal energy resources. And our development need is not just defined by our list, but it is the highest priority of the United States of America for the Indo-Pacific Fleet. An opportunity I don't think that will come again. And that is why I'm so happy to be here to participate, because we can't depend year on year begging the legislature for a little bit of financing. We need to develop renewable energy resources that we own and benefit also from the policies and the funding available through the Biden administration. I'm hoping that you will see this as an opportunity to move our homesteading program forward, and we will do it. I'm suggesting with the revenues from the development of our own energy resources, rather than having to go every year and hope that the legislature will put some funding into your budget. It's time that we take the lead in developing geothermal revenues. When I see what other Native peoples are doing with the ownership of their minerals on the continent and here in the Pacific, including Aotearoa, I see a very good model. Is there risk? Of course there is. Let's get into the science so we can find how is the best way to proceed, not run away from perceived risk. We've got the US policy for renewable energy on our side, and we've got the Indo-Pac needs. We can move with this. Thank you so much for considering this. I think it's a unique opportunity for all of those who have worked so long to look for a way that we can fund the housing needs of our people. Aloha, mahalo for your consideration.
Thank you very much, trustee. Commissioner Kaupu, you have a question.
Thank you, Chair. Mahalo, trustee, for your mana'o this morning. Earlier testimony from Malama Solomon mentioned that you might be able to clarify that some discussions you've had with folks from Shaw. And it would help me because I received the email. I think a lot of people received the same email, which would seem to indicate that both Shaw and AHHL, which is the Waitlist Association, that they opposed this project and this spend by the department and by the commission. So if you could clarify that for me, that'd be great.
Thanks for that question, Commissioner Kaupu. I did have a few calls from some of the SHA members. They wanted me to just come on board to say that the 600 million should just go for those who can qualify now. And I told them flat out that the 600 million will help a few, and they'll be the younger members of the DHHL list. They'll be the ones that have one or two wage earners in the family that can pick up the mortgage. But with 7.2 billion needed for the whole waiting list, I told them flat out, I view this as skipping over all the kupuna, skipping over all those Hawaiians who have been longest on the waiting list, so that the few that can qualify now will benefit from it. And it doesn't put us in a position of independence, a revenue stream to continue to build the homes for everyone on the list. I do see a benefit, but who gets it? All the kupunas are overstepped. And you know, I just want to point out here that one of the things that has always made me feel badly is that the kupunas who waited the longest and their successors were left out when projects move forward. As of 1983, we had an estimated 15,000 dead on the list. It wasn't 15, it was 30, because every one of those kupunas that died had named a successor that also did not get anything. So I think that this is a win-win. We're not stepping over everyone on the list. You've got 600 million. We're looking at 2 million to test your lands, identify your geothermal, and create your dedicated revenue stream so that in the future you can rely upon it instead of going to the legislature with fingers crossed that we'll get another opportunity. That was my response to the Shah, and they told me that their mana'o was, hey, we want those that can go forward now to get the benefit. The others, no more money, we got to step over. But I just don't feel like that.
So I just wanted to clarify. So I thought the earlier testimony was that the Shah and the Shah was maybe retracting and in favor of this project, but rather it was you shared your mana'o with them, but they still are opposed to this spend.
What actually happened was it came to me as an offer to join them, to be an advocate for them. And I don't have a problem doing that. I've dedicated my life to it, but I can't do it in a way that leaves out the vast majority of those on the list.
Got
and
it.
I know,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that's what
Thank
it
you.
is.
Yeah, that clarifies for me. Thank you, trustee, and thank you, chair.
Thank you very much. Members, any further questions?
I don't have a question, but
Commissioner
I
Trillo?
do have a comment. And because we nestled into and wrestled through the strategic plan in 2022, and there was a PIG form, and through the PIG, and when I read the submittal, I'm wondering if the PIG did receive the letters from the Senate requesting support for this geothermal project from Act 279. That's my question, because in your submittal, we see that the submittals came from Senator Donovan Donna Cruz in November to the chairman. This is the first time I've glanced through this letter. And then you have another letter from the AG in our submittal. So my question was, through the PIG coming up with the strategic plan, was this addressed? I mean, and so now the strategic plan was already supported in December 2022. And I'm going to use this word, it seems like a deviation to the plan. And so I have concerns because during the strategic plan discussion, there are many times as I brought up projects in my Ahupu'aha, which was Maili, Ulukekekui, for funding from the 600 mil to cover, to help develop 47 units for waitlisters. And I was told that we couldn't use funding for that project. And so now, when I'm just listening and reading the submittal, isn't this deviating from the original plan? Can somebody help me with this?
Sure.
Because I'm confused.
Commissioner Nevis,
Thank
Yes,
you.
Thank you.
please proceed.
Commissioner Truia, the answer is no, and my PIG members answer up if you can. This was not presented to the PIG. So this is the first time I'm seeing it. Okay, we did not take that into consideration when we put the plan together for the PIG. You know, my position on this is we have $600 million. We have a plan. We need to move forward in that plan. We need to put as many Hawaiians we can in homes. If this is very important, it's somewhat, you know, hey, it might work. As a commissioner, I'm not willing to take that risk out of the 600 million. If it's that good, do it in sufficient funds, get the 2 million from the ledge and say, you take the risk. I'm not willing to give up part of the $600 million, any part of the $600 million that's going to go into something that it's a risk. We don't have the opportunity to do the risk now. I understand the long-term, you know, possibilities. When you get into the, you know, the things they talked about, you know, the grants and so on and so forth, those are all competitive grants as well. That's another risk. So I get a little concerned when, I mean, that's just my opinion, okay? But this was not presented to us in the PIG and was not being considered in PIG. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner,
Thank you,
because, you know, you question a memo dated November and not coming through the commission at all during the strategic plan or a PIG. It's like, how much more hidden information that's not exposed. So thank you for that.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Namuo.
I
Yes.
just want, I was a member of the PIG committee. And I just want to say that the plan that we came up with involved everyone. And the beneficiaries we touched bases with, our staff, everybody worked really hard for this particular plan. And I, for one, support the plan and no deviation from the plan. Because I think if you start to deviate from the plan, then you really are unraveling the opportunities for the beneficiaries involved and the decision that we have already made. And the community is already looking forward to expending the $600 million. And so I will not vote to deviate from the plan. And I just want to have that on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Namuo. Any further discussion, Commissioner?
I'd like to add some.
Commissioner Kaleki, please proceed.
So, you know, we're taking public testimony at the time and F3 apparently is an important discussion point. I feel like we're really getting into the nitty-gritty details as if we're on F3, but we're not. And I appreciate everyone's mana'o, but I'd like to hear everyone's testimony. And then when we get to F3, we get into the details of it further.
Yeah, but I think it's also fair that
Thank you,
the
Commissioner.
commission can ask questions or make comments. Thank you.
No, I agree totally.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tura, yes.
Commissioner Helm. Commissioner Helm, you're muted.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, in December of 2022, we approved the strategic plan with the commission. So, I don't really object to new proposals such as this geothermal, but we need to stick to the strategic plan with the Act 279. And I think, and we need to stay in that course rather than, I think, like Mililani said, that there's 600 million is not very much, but for us, we may not have this opportunity to have these types of funding from the ledge, so this is a historical, a proposal, and, we'd like to just make sure that we don't deviate from what we've approved. So that's my, my feeling on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Russell.
Commissioner Kaupu, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, Chair, and I can wait to F3 if that's more appropriate. But I, so I'll start and let me know if you want me to wait. But I was also on the PIG, and we didn't talk about this specific project, but having thought this through, my recollection, having worked on the plan, is that the plan was by design flexible and had set aside a percentage of the funds, roughly 10%, to be flexible and to listen to proposals to come out from the beneficiaries on how to spend the money. And to date, in the majority of comments that have come from beneficiaries have been primarily to do rental projects, and rental projects don't move people off the wait list. So it has to go into this alternative flexible category, not the majority of the spending category. But I think that, this proposal for the geothermal could fit within that 10% flexibility numbers. And as a member of the PIG, we never received specific requests or information when we were putting together the plan, but we did talk about building in this kind of flexibility so that we could receive information and proposals in the future. So that was just that's my recollection, having sat on the PIG. Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner Kaupu. Next testifier, Kalehua Krug, followed by Faith Tuipulotu, followed by Rose Davis, all on Zoom. Kalehua Krug.
Aloha, aloha.
Please proceed.
Aloha mai I nā kahu aina ho pula pula o Kalehua Krug no ko inoa. Sorry, I'm trying for start my video, but I'm there we go. I'm the principal at a charter school, Kawaihono Kana'awao, public charter school in Nanakuli. We are situated on Hawaiian homelands, and I too am speaking to urge twofold, but to urge the release of the grant funds that are listed in Section 4, Agenda Item G4. But to be able to share a mo'olelo with you guys, because I think it's important that when you folks do take your advocacy stance and you need to share the stories that come out of our communities, as you've heard from others earlier, I wanted to make sure that you heard our story as well from our school, because we were awarded $1 million to certify our kitchen. And that was really significant for us because at our school, that's really the core and centralizing focus for our curriculum. And it starts off with the idea that to be able to teach children about land, to become stewards of land through language, learning cultural history, but also the biological and ecological studies that take place on land, that we needed, we need this process for our curriculum to actually to come to a pinnacle, to come to a head, and that is putting that food, putting that that learning into the bodies to strengthen the bodies of our children. And so in the current community that we live in, we are at about 650 students now, and 90% of our students here are Native Hawaiian and come from the Nanakuli area, the Waianae coast. And so while we focus on that, for all of you guys who are driving past our school in Farrington Highway, we've been really putting a lot into planting, planting food plants, crop plants for our students, because this is beginning the process to reestablish well-being, nutritional well-being, psychological well-being, emotional, and again, the spiritual well-being that comes with engaging in land. And so a part of what we try to do here is not just teach the students about the plants, not just teach the students about the ecological sciences necessary to understand, to be proper stewards of the land, not just about how to take care of our oceans, of our reefs, of our fish, but to also learn how to call them to build relationships with them. And part of the relationship ultimately is not just teaching them how to produce food, but it's how to prepare food, how to feed, how to host, and how to give. And a part of that is having a place that's certified officially for us to prepare our students and to train our students to be able to do that and give back to our communities. So I wanted to leave that story with you folks on the importance of it. And we went through a couple of years of fundraising and getting money together to be able to match $1 million. So we put a lot into this, just so you know, so we can actually bring our curriculum to a helm. That it's about growing, it's about living through our culture, it's about our language, but it's also about consuming the work and consuming the benefits that come from all of that. And so thank you for listening to this story from our Kula, and I hope that helps you in your advocacy stance with budget finance, the governor, and the ASO. Mahalo, you guys. Aloha.
Mahalo nui for your testimony. Faith Tuipulotu, followed by Rose Davis, followed by Kawahi Korea.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, Commissioners. My name is Faith Tuipulotu. I'm the president of the Molokai Homestead Farmers Alliance on Molokai. We are also awardees of the RFP 23-HHL-001 and also 002. And just reiterating what everybody was saying, that we wanted to urge, the governor, to see if you guys can urge the governor to release the funds. And we wanted to thank you for all of you guys' support during the years. And over the years, our organization has become very sustainable, and I'm very happy about that. And with all of you guys' help and support and our homesteaders, I just wanted to say thank you.
Mahalo nui. Rose Davis, followed by Kawahi Korea, followed by Grace Combs. Rose Davis, please proceed.
Aloha, I'm here with the Molokai Homestead Farmers Alliance. And again, I ditto echo what our president just said, Faith Tuipulotu. It's critical at this time to please urge the governor to release the fund. We are completing our renovation on Lanikeha Community Center. The 1.7 million that we received in GIA funds, with that, we were able to put up a certified kitchen, put in new floors. We have solar. At this time, it's kind of critical and urgent for us to be able to continue and receive those funds. Our sewer system has been backing up. So in other words, if we don't get these funds soon, it wouldn't just be a temporary close, it might be a permanent close depending on the damage that we have at Lanikeha. The other thing is we have, since we began this project and we opened, our capacity of renters for the facility has increased by about 45%. Also on the 002, we do have a COVID program right now for the homesteaders. Right now we're serving over 142 families. Within those 42 families, there's approximately about close to 1,000 family members that we serve every month. And for Molokai right now, the things that we struggle with, of course, we've lost many physicians over the last few months. Lanikeha, we had a beautiful service for Dr. Emmett and Lulu the beginning weekend of February, just to name some of the things that we have. We have a big event coming up on March 18th. Last year was attended by over 1,000 people. And so it's critical that we hopefully release these funds soon, Commissioner. interim chair at this time. As you can see, that's the governor to release those funds so we can continue serving people at the center, and also to be able to provide the meals that we provide the first weekend of every month. It can be produce or certificate. We also, of course, struggle with the overpopulation of deer, just like Maui. But the center is used for a lot of things to service the homesteaders, mini clinic, telehealth with Ka'ala Suda. We try to partner with a lot of different organizations and agencies, so that's why we're here. Thank you so much for your time. Hui-hou.
Mahalo for sharing your mana'o. Kawehi Correa, followed by Grace Gomes, followed by Michael Kahikina.
Chair, it's Commissioner Kaupu. I'm sorry to interrupt real quick. I just need to let you know I have to excuse myself. I have to go check out of a hotel, and I have about 2 more hours before I have to leave for the airport, but I need to check out of my room and go find a quiet place to get back on. So with apologies, I'm gonna ask for to be excused, and I'll come back on a little bit later.
Yeah, Chair.
So noted. Thank you very
Mahalo.
much, Commissioner Kaupu.
Mahalo.
Commissioner Helm.
Yeah, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Commissioner. Please
Okay,
proceed.
I'm ready to board my flight, so I'll be there in about an hour and a half. Thank you.
Safe
I'll see
travels,
you in about
Commissioner.
an hour. Thank you very much.
Safe travels.
Aloha.
Kawehi Correa. Followed by Grace Gomes, followed by Mike Kahikina. Okay, while we are trying to connect Kawehi Correa, we will move to Grace Gomes. Aloha, good morning. Please proceed.
Obisi ko inoa no aina ho'opula okokalo mamau. I'm here to testify on behalf of agenda item F3. So for myself and the beneficiaries and lessees of Papukalo Hawaiian Homes Community Association, we say a'ole to the use of Act 279 funds to conduct a geothermal exploration program. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui.
Any questions?
Thank you. While we're still trying to connect Kawehi Correa, we'll move to Michael Kahikina.
Good morning.
Aloha,
Thank you.
good morning.
Mano ai me ke aloha in the spirit of aloha to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and with you all. Aloha.
Aloha.
Well, I'm Mike Kaikina, just the head janitor from Nanakuli, born and raised on the Ainaho Pula Pula. In fact, my grandfather delivered me, and Randy, Commissioner, hey, thank you for joining us in our meetings and our deliberations. I'm here to bear witness of over 102 years of practice of good morning. Of
let me call you back in 5 minutes. Okay, not a problem. Okay, okay, fine.
Okay, 102 years of slow burning genocide. I mean, this is I'm sitting here and listening, and I appreciate it because now we know whose paradigm we gotta talk to, because I served in the United States Air Force at a time when people were burning their draft cards. And when I came home to all these things that in fact, they were saying that you don't be Hawaiian. They were saying F America. And I got abused in San Francisco on my way home because I had my blues on. So I experienced that. I am part of the class, the Kalima case, And that is something too that reveals that even though the judges were saying and the courts were saying there's no good records in the department. And here I'm sitting and I'm hearing that you guys haven't even completed the minutes. I've spent 8 years on this commission, and I had thought that my goals was to create policies that my morals would avoid this. But it seems like we're still practicing and practicing. I hear $2 million for, and I obviously I'm here to oppose it because I'm the chair of the Association of Hawaiians for Homestead Land, which is the waitlist guys. And yes, we don't represent everybody, just like in democracy. We represent everybody, but we do represent ourselves. And this document called it seems like everybody don't even read the Constitution. I'm here to bear witness that you guys got to look at who is the beneficiaries. Democracy have never been good for us. The American dream is our worst nightmare. We talk about the natives in the Constitution of the United States. There's 3 natives. One was the first is Native American, the Indians. Yes, they're not Indians too. And they're not tribes, but that's what the policy says. Then we got the Native Alaskan, which they're incorporated corporations. And I'm sharing this because anytime when you got a policy passed and it's signed into law, to implement that, you need to create policies and procedures. Am I right? Am I right, Chair? Anybody can say yes or no?
Yes.
The AG, and you say yes or no. Do you need to promulgate policies and procedures to implement laws?
Right.
Do you need them?
Yeah.
Nobody knows. I mean, this is your
I
job.
should, yeah.
You should know. Okay, good. Because you guys are not following it. And it comes a time where you guys are really practicing full-on tyranny. So why can't you guys listen to the people like the beneficiaries who we've been collectively meeting on our own 10 cents or quarter, now it's $100 each, to create a plan that will get us off the wait list. And nobody, I see Commissioner Wu, yeah, and I'll go and apologize. It's if you like shoot arrows that nobody will invite all of you guys to our meeting, then blame me. That's my fault, my bad. I was there with my brother Kamaki when he started the Sovereign Council of Hawaiian Homestead Association, because when I graduated from University of West Oahu with a degree in public administration, I learned that policy dictates span of control. And I realized that as a Native Hawaiian, I'm a third-class citizen here. And although I fought for this Constitution, every lawmaker, I'm talking to every lawmaker, because you guys raise you guys' hand and you guys got sworn in to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Hawaii. And this trust belongs to the people. And right now, you guys are not even following the trust, because the trust is to rehabilitate us. And this is all about colonization. Our school, our charter school, that's the vision. The classroom is all that valley up there and the ocean. So I wanted to prepare you. I bear witness through my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ that I'm establishing right now as the chair of the shore, that we're charging you as the beneficiaries, because America is the liability country. And quite frankly, my legal representative tells me that every day I can file a suit against the department. Do I want to do that? No, I'm not here fighting Hawaiians, because our commissioner knows, and our beneficiary for Nanakuli knows. We took a lot to do that village center, but I'm happy to see even the Hawaiians that was against it, yelling us guys out, making money. So I just want to say in closing, I went and laid that we didn't we went against our chair now designate affirmation because my association had voted that we weren't there to oppose Ikaika Anderson. We were there to oppose Governor Green choice. Like all our people coming here to beg for the money. Hey, just release it, Governor. You're the head. I'm here to say that, and I'm here to bear witness. Thank you, everybody. This is the day that the Lord has made. And we
Mahalo.
shall be glad in it and rejoice in it. Thank you.
Mahalo nui. Mahalo nui.
No, I had one
Thank you.
question.
Yeah.
Commissioner Turia,
Mr.
question?
Chairman, I had a question. Aloha,
Yes.
Mike. Aloha. So in your statement, you brought up about minutes. What did you mean about minutes?
Our minutes, so
got
you guys
lost.
have the minutes from the last minute, meeting, and you guys are approving the minutes.
Minutes for which?
From the commissioners hearing, am I right? You guys are, because when I left, I didn't see any of my comments, because I had a lot of dissident comments. Am I right? Commissioner Owo?
So wait, I'm not finished. So you brought
Commissioner
up about
Trujillo?
minutes, Mike. So when you served in a term of 8 years.
Right.
So that's probably between 16 or 17. Why wasn't the minutes then corrected then when you were a commissioner?
I'm bringing that up so that
Oh,
my commissioner would probably follow up on it, because we're deliberating so much stuff here that
Okay.
there's some fabrication that you guys need to take care of, because
Okay.
every day I come here and every time when I listen to the commission hearing, I see a lot of exposures.
Thank you.
Mark,
Okay, thank you.
AGs, you guys better do that.
Mahalo nui. I don't see any further questions. Kanani Kapuniai. Followed by Jermaine Myers. Aloha, you're on mute. Aloha, Auntie, you're on mute. Can you fix that? Auntie Kanani, you are on mute. E kalamai.
There. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I appreciate seeing all of you.
Aloha, please
I
proceed.
will, all right, I will comment on F3. Though we heard excellent testimony from my neighbor, Malama, and the rest of the crew working on renewable energy, I need to say that the state's goal for renewable energy, in the independence on renewable energy, shall not be on the backs of the waitlisters, Act 277, and what we can provide for the waitlisters. Shall be funded by the general fund, even if it shall be developed on Hawaiian homelands. The commission and the PIG should get together and plan to spend the 600 million, need to review the recommendations by the beneficiaries plan. There are many items of remarkable solution for that other 2 million. 2 million, what is it, 20 million? Sorry, I'm off. Anyway, F3, I oppose using other funds for geothermal research. G1, I do support establishment of a new DHHL water division. We will see more specific accountability for each system. And they will then be able to seek access by even at Honokaia, where ranchers who do, our rainfall is minimal. Ranchers are traveling to and from Waimea to get additional water for their stock. In 2006, with our funds, the county and water supply developed a well and a reservoir. At that time, that EIS didn't even consider the development right next to them. So hopefully this new division will be able to seek access even for a standpipe from on Old Malamaho Highway from this well and reservoir. That would only be fair. We're next door. C2, legislative proposals. This report needs help. It lacks important information. Aloha.
Mahalo for your manao.
Thank you.
Jermaine Myers, followed by Homelani Shado, followed by Kapua Lawifi. Aloha, please proceed.
Aloha. Aloha, my name is Jermaine Myers for the record. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. I'm also a Nanakuli Maili Neighborhood Board member. I'm not here to represent the board with any of my opinions. My data, views, and arguments regarding today's agenda items. My concern is about the entire agenda that's being filed by, well, I can't call you Designate Anderson anymore. And that's my concern, is that beneficiaries had brought up to me, and I've never knew that there was this law in the Constitution, which basically, when I understand the process, there's a nomination by a governor taken from applicants for DHHL chairman and deputy director. So, and then when you're put into the seat as chairman of DHHL, it's in an interim until you're confirmed by the Senate. So I understand the word interim, I understand the word designate. But when I watched the media and with the governor, and there was a news release that you had, Chair, you had withdraw your application. Where are you at that point? You're no longer an interim.
I was designate, now I'm interim.
No, so thank you for clarifying that you are now interim, because the Constitution says that you're not allowed to manage the DHHL as an interim when the Senate did not confirm you. So by withdrawing, you're no longer confirmed by the Senate. You're no longer an applicant asking for confirmation. So you're no longer an interim, or according to what the Constitution says in Article 5, Section 6, Paragraph 6. And forgive me, let me pull that up. It says no person who has been nominated, so I understand you're a nominee, or appointment to any of the offices, and whose appointment has not received the consent of the Senate shall be eligible to an interim appointment thereafter to such an office. And that is what I'm concerned about, that all of the things that we discussed at today's meeting, I want to highlight that this trust is a multi-million, and with the 600 million, it's now over $1 billion trust in assets. In addition, there's over 200,000 acres of land, and everything that's being discussed today and tomorrow is either related to the land or related to monies. My concern is that we have a deputy director. She's still in the interim stage. We have a vice chair, and he is a legitimate vice chair. So there's no reason why that when you withdrew, you're no longer an interim. So my concern, Attorney General, and I'm concerned about that there's a clarification made at today's meeting at this moment about an interim based upon this Constitution. Based upon this Constitution. I need clarification because of the legitimacy of this when we have a vice chair and we have a deputy director that couldn't be managing this meeting, but most importantly, to have filed this agenda. We have never been in this position before. But you put us into other positions where we have had minutes not being brought before the board according to the administrative law under your watch. So there's years have gone by and I had to go all the way to the state legislature in order to bring it to their attention because you failed to address it in Maui when I brought it up to this commission. And so I would like this thing to be addressed right now because I'm concerned about the legitimacy of our assets, our dollars, our lands being discussed at this meeting and people's lives. But someone who has authority, but most importantly, it's one vote out of the 9. Does that person have the right to vote out of the 9? Breaking ties, etc., overseeing executive session, etc. And another thing, executive session has never been on the agenda for approval. Go and look at OHA's and other boards, look at their agendas. It says during executive session, we will discuss the executive session minutes for approval, for its validation, accuracy, everything. And I've never seen throughout the entire last administration, both Joby and Deputy Director under your watch, nobody has ever had to agendize the executive minutes. So somebody can just write anything that went happen in the executive session. But most importantly, I better not find out later on that that decisions were made in executive session because according to the administrative law, and as well as according to Sunshine Law, decisions are not supposed to be made unless it's related to termination, certain specific instances, but not everything.
Thank you.
Are we going to get clarification? Because it can result in legal action.
Ms. Myers is not my client, and so under chapter 28, if there is a question from the commission, we can answer that in executive session.
I don't have any questions for you, Attorney
Any
General.
questions? I know that I addressed the matter before Ms. Myers came into the office, into the building. So with that being said, if the commission wants to break to discuss, then I'm happy to do that.
Yes, so Ryan.
Commissioner Owo?
Yeah, so clearly this continues to be an issue with certain beneficiaries. And so the Constitution, Article 5, Section 6. I think what our beneficiaries need to hear with greater clarity, what sections are you citing? What is the language that has led the AG to its current decision that supports the interim chair when questions continue to arise about the legitimacy? So this is what I think our beneficiaries need to hear from you. Thank you.
I'll reiterate the position that I took earlier on today. And in fact, it's, I guess you could consider it a differing opinion from Ms. Myers. So if she has a claim to make and she wants to wants to present her differing opinion from our office. But the same article, section 6, is the authorizing language of the Constitution that allows this this meeting to go on. And just to clarify,
What article?
it is under the interim appointment authority of the governor that we are citing, and that came to our conclusion that that chair designate is the interim chair up until either A, there is a new appointment, or B, until the end of session.
Commissioner Owo, did you have a follow-up to that?
So
I
if you have a
didn't-
claim,
I
if you
didn't
have a
hear you.
claim, then you can file the claim with YP.
You're
That is
you're
fine.
saying that he's an interim, correct?
Correct.
And he said he's an interim, correct? And it says here,
Excuse me,
no
one moment.
person who
Excuse me,
has
one
been
moment.
nominated.
Commissioner Owo, did you have anything further as
Sorry.
you asked the question of the Attorney General?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm chewing on peanuts right now. So I'm trying to contextualize this so that our beneficiaries can understand. And so what I think I'm hearing from the AG is the Senate body, if the Senate body fails to confirm, right? Well, if the Senate fails to confirm, the AG is saying that, I guess it's inferring that a committee does not constitute the Senate,
That's correct.
right? And so since interim chair did not come out of committee, that does not meet the threshold of the Senate.
That is correct. There would be a need for a full Senate floor vote.
Okay,
That has not occurred, and that will not occur. And therefore, he will be an interim until he is either A, replaced by a new appointment, or B, end of session, pursuant to the Constitution.
okay, so I think that's the kind of clarity, it helps me. And it helps, even if there's disagreement, I think we need to state it in such a way that our beneficiaries understand the AG's opinion. But thank you.
Thank you, Randy, for explaining it that way. Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Toroya, did you have any?
No, I just wanted to thank Awo for explaining it broadly so we all understand. Sometimes it's difficult to understand the AG's findings, excuse me, but this is why you have beneficiaries here questioning, and all they want to do is they want to find out if this is legitimate. So thank you, Mr. Wolf, for breaking it down, that we all can understand the steps in the process. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Toroya.
Chair,
Deputy
I-
AG, do you have anything else that you'd
Nothing
like to
further.
add? No?
Nothing further.
Chair, I disagree with what you just stated. You stated that because he didn't, it was a committee that said no, and it didn't go to the Senate, and the Senate did not confirm him. That's why he's able to sit here today and be the interim. But he withdrew his application. It wasn't that he was still in the stage between the confirmation of, between the committee and the Senate. He's no longer between that stages, like, okay, we're gonna wait till the Senate decides whether or not they're gonna confirm him. That's not the case here. The case here is that he withdrew his application. So he's no longer a nominee because he withdrew his application. He said, I don't want to be a nomination. I don't want to go before the Senate to be confirmed. I'm not interested in this job. I'm resigning. That's what I heard when he said, I withdraw my application. How can someone who say, I no longer want to be interested in this job at DHHL and now still go ahead and just work in that job as a temporary interim or whatever, when they said, I'm not interested in that job that I'm getting paid for?
Mr. Hakole, did you wish to respond?
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Myers. Is there any questions from the commission?
I'll ask a question.
Commissioners?
Yeah,
Mr.
for,
Kalekini, question.
yes, for AG. Hopefully we can help. Let's see here, and help me understand. So if a beneficiary disagrees with the department and the AG's interpretation of the regulation, I don't recall, the number, section, chapter 5, Article 6, if a beneficiary disagrees with our interpretation, which means that the former chair designate Anderson is now interim, what recourse do beneficiaries have to follow up on their disagreement?
I do not want to expose the state to liability here and tacitly advise Ms. Myers of her legal options. She can retain an attorney to discuss that. However, if there is a claim and she wants to file a claim, she has a right to, and she can explore the options with her attorney, or if she knows the law herself, she can do it herself.
Okay.
So,
Commissioner Nevis, do you have something else?
yes, thank you.
Wait, I'm sorry, Commissioner Nevis, before you proceed, Commissioner Kalekini, did you have anything else?
Thank you.
Commissioner Nevis,
Yeah,
please proceed.
Maybe this will provide some clarity. So Ryan, under Article 5, Section 6, the governor has the right to establish an interim
Yes,
for any office.
yes.
So I guess to provide some clarity is, the chair was a designate. Asked the governor to remove him from the nomination. Didn't say, I don't want to do the job. Said, remove me from the nomination. So now he's back
From
to.
nomination for full confirmation.
Correct.
Correct.
So now he's back to, I'm just a guy.
Yes, acting.
The governor has a right to say, I want you to be the interim. Because it never went to the Senate. He's not a nominee anymore. That's my understanding. Okay. Hopefully that provides some clarity.
Well, Commissioner, if you read this, when you read this constitution, it says he's not allowed to become an interim. If he didn't allow himself to go through the process, he didn't allow himself to go through Senate process for confirmation. So it says no one who doesn't allow themselves to go through Senate process for confirmation is no longer allowed to be an interim. That's what that law says. But, commissioners, I'd like to say in my testimony right now to you today that, you're getting advice for legal from the Attorney General, and I'm a beneficiary, and you're giving advice by the Attorney General about comments that I'm being made. And I'm concerned that he's saying, oh, it's up to her. She wants to go and pursue a lawsuit. You want me to spend my money when I'm coming to my own commissioners related to my own trust. I'm a beneficiary of this trust. That's why I think that the legislature has this bill about, private counsel, because there's this debate when it comes to private counsel would seek in the best interest of the beneficiaries and also the commissioners, as opposed to someone that represents the state. This is a state constitution. So I want to ask you again for clarification. This is a state constitution, and you're interpreting this state constitution as a state attorney general. You're saying to me that he is still allowed to be an interim, even though he withdrew his application, and he took himself out of going to the process of getting confirmed by the Senate. He took himself out of it. So how does he go back to being interim? That's kind of convenient for someone to say, oh, I can oversee millions of dollars worth of trust, $1 million worth of land, and I might be in an interim position for 5 months if the governor doesn't appoint someone to go through the process to get confirmed. Legislature might be closed down. We had that situation when it was Bill Ayla. The legislature had closed already when he was designated. And then he went through a whole year of managing this trust as the interim before the legislation went back into session. In this case, we're in the middle of session. We're in the middle of waiting for the governor. We have a vice chair. We have a deputy director. Someone had pulled their application from being an interim to go to the Senate. And you're telling me that that's not what this constitution is saying? That nobody who doesn't go to the Senate, took themselves out of going to the Senate, is allowed to be the interim? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not advising you anything because I'm not your attorney. Are there any questions from the commission?
Anything further from the commission?
I have a comment. Oh, okay.
Commissioner Wong, you have a comment?
Yeah, so look, I don't want to be dismissive of the concerns being raised by Jermaine. I think there are legitimate issues and concerns and questions that should be brought to the table. I'm not sure why the governor decided to put this chair in this awkward position, because I think it is. And the AG has rendered an opinion. And I've read the Constitution, and while I don't always agree with the AG, it does say the Senate. So, but what concerns me about this decision by the governor to continue to maintain his position that our chair should be serving in this capacity, it's going to continue to raise questions and conflicts and concerns. So beyond that, I don't know what else to say, but I do not want to be dismissive of what you've brought to the table today. Okay. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong. And likewise, I agree with you. Don't want to be dismissive either, which is why I've allowed the discussion to continue, just so that we have the opportunity to hear what the concerns are and to talk about them here for those commissioners who've exercised their willingness to engage with the AG and to ask the AG questions. So, Mr. Kanakaole, you have shared what any of the beneficiaries' options are. Those options are available to them if they in fact like to exercise them. Okay, thank you.
Mahalo.
Members, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mahalo.
Chair. Thank you,
Mahalo
Vice
for your
Chair.
help. Homelani Shado, followed by Kapua Lauifi, followed by Blossom Faitera. And Kapua Lauifi and Blossom Faitera are on Zoom. Oh, please proceed.
Well, good morning, commissioners. I'm Homilani Shadell, a beneficiary. Wow. So let me just take a breath here. I think we all need to take a breath. It is a complicated issue. So I'm here as a simple beneficiary and serving our homestead. As I heard the testimony from, esteemed testifiers such as former Senator Malama Solomon and also Trustee Trask and their passion for this project. So on F3, it's not that I'm opposed to investing. I am. I'm open to the department at the right time, the right place. Just being kino ole about it, for the right reason. So that we don't have to go to the legislature and beg, which is why I supported the project across the street, Kamakana Alii. Whereas many beneficiaries did not. They wanted it to be used for homes, but it was one of the largest investments in use of our properties that I believe brings in excess of $30 million a year. So I understand the need to invest. However, when it comes to F3, I have to say aole, because I think what I heard earlier is that Act 279 has a timeline, and that timeline keeps shrinking. And the words of Senator De La Cruz keeps ringing in my ear. Are we willing to risk this? So no, as a beneficiary, I would ask you to seriously consider that, because now's not the time to be risking anything. We need to move forward. And I've supported Act 279. I'll continue to do so. But I'm also open to looking at future investment so that we don't have to go and beg, even though we're the only agency or the only department under the Constitution where the legislature is mandated. They're required to provide the sufficient funds that we need. So with that being said, what I would rather, so I'm going to throw my 10 cents in for the $2 million, is I would rather, if there was consideration, that it be used to form the new water division, because that in itself would support our beneficiaries, whether it's for residential. And we know that water is an issue, has been an issue for the last 50 years. And if we're going to invest anything, then let's invest in ourselves, in the department, and create this much needed water division, not only for residential, but for agriculture. Our beneficiaries who want to do agriculture need water. They can't do it without it. So if you're going to invest $2 million, I would ask that you invest it directly to our beneficiaries and that you invest it in this new division, because we need expertise. We need the people who can push this kind of project forward. I feel so sorry for our planning department, because they're being pulled and pushed in all the directions. Poor Gigi. You guys heard her last month. So that's my 10 cents. And the last thing I want to leave, even though I didn't note it on my slip, I get the buzzer, is this. As I heard many of our beneficiaries and supporters of D4, I would ask you also, when KCDC was formed, we chose, if you look at our logo is like this with two hands. And in our hands is a pohaku. And our statement is hapai pohaku. And what that means for me, even though the kahea didn't come out to me, but as I sat there and listened to the beneficiaries at Princess Kahanu, who, by the way, their president, Olivia, was one of the founding members for KCDC, all the way into Molokai, Big Island, Kauai. We chose that as our identity or our mo'olelo, as Mr. Krug said, because in ancient times, that is how our people built things. Our people would get in line, and the pohaku would pass from one to the other for miles, it seemed. If you've been to any of the large heiaus, you wonder, where did they get all of that from? And who did the work? And we all did. So when we look at the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, and it gives and it empowers our beneficiaries, especially leaders and supporters and volunteers of our homestead associations who are trying to do the work. Our prince didn't tell us that this was going to be a handout. No, he said, you're going to work and you're going to work hard. So it's a hand up. And everything that our homestead associations and supporting organizations are trying to do statewide, I don't understand why this money is still sitting there. I really don't. Because that work is not being placed on the department staff. That work is being shared by beneficiary leaders, by homestead beneficiaries, by volunteers within our homesteads. So please get that money released for our people so that they can continue the work that they're doing. Okay, mahalo.
Kapua Lauifi, followed by Blossom Feitera, followed by Kavehi Korea.
Okay. I can't turn my video on. Start
We can
my,
hear you.
aloha everyone.
Aloha. There you are.
Yes, here I am. So I'm a fourth generation beneficiary from Kalamula, and I just wanted to say I support all the awardees from Molokai, because I do a lot of work with all the homestead associations, so I'm not going to single out just one of them, but we appreciate and we hope that we can get the funds released soon so we can continue our projects and our programs. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Auntie Kapua. Blossom Feitera, followed by Kavehi Korea, followed by Malia Green.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm just going to call you Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on items F1, F3, G1, G2, C3, and F4. First of all, item F1, I fully support the efforts of Ha'upena Community Development Corporation and support the issuance of an extension. Under item F3, we've been hearing a lot of discussion surrounding the need for using $2 million out of our $600 million for the evaluation of whether geothermal activity can be a sustainable and continuing funding stream. And so, first of all, I am in opposition to F3 in its current form. I do, however, support the idea of establishing a sustainable and continuing stream of funding as long as those lands that have been determined to be undevelopable for homesteading and not in conflict or diminishes our traditional and customary rights and practices. And then further, if we are to accept the challenge of taking on this kuleana, that it be more appropriate to use our trust fund money to be able to fund this activity. I think that any opportunity that the department and the commission can have to continue to establish long-term funding sources for the development of our homestead lands is always a good venture. But that kind of activity takes a lot of time and effort. And I applaud Mililani, Trustee Trask, and Robin Correa for the fantastic work that they've done in Aotearoa. And hopefully we'll be able to have them do the same thing here in Hawaii for us. But I think that the reservation of the 10% for beneficiary services doesn't quite fit that criteria today, okay? As you've heard, we have many people on the wait list that may not be able to afford or sustain a mortgage moving forward. And those beneficiary services allocation can be a great help to get them moving forward. And so, although the commission has opted to adopt a strategic plan that has some flexibility in it, I think we need to prioritize that $60 million on how it'll be most effective in serving beneficiaries and preparing them to accept one of these 3,000 lots that are intended from the $600 million. For item G1, it has been a long-standing challenge for the department when it comes to water systems, maintenance, and management. And I think finally, establishing a water division is a long time overdue. The organizational chart clearly shows that this has been well thought out. You're going to need funding to be able to do that. And I'm hoping that in the next budget cycle, we'll be able to secure the funding necessary for the positions and for the work that needs to be done. For item G2, Kukulu Kumohana o Anahola. Kukulu Kumohana is a program that has been launched on several places on different islands. It is a fantastic program that really helps our keiki on the island to reroute themselves. And so I would ask the commission to support this effort. Item C3, Nahaz, I know it's for information only, but it's got some great information and opportunities in that plan. Thank you, Lehua, for once again doing a great job of putting it together. And then also in support of item F4 for the right of entry for Rojak Trucking for Kahikinui Drought Assistance Program. And without further ado, mahalo once again, commissioners, for the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Mahalo Blossom, commissioners, any questions? Okay, if not, Kavehi Correa is next up.
Aloha, commissioners. I hope everybody's having a good day today. I'm testifying on behalf of support for funding for the flexible amount folks have in your strategic planning that was approved in your folks' minutes, which I also thought you folks were under extreme pressure at the time with your folks' PIG committees to really designate the 600 million in such a short span of time that the Senate had given you folks. Number one, I applaud you folks for that. Number two, I do think that it is critical that all of the beneficiaries, myself being one, housing is a critical issue for all of us, and that's the mission of DHHL, is to provide that. I also want to just put it out there that the funding in perpetuity is something that we really need to think about. How are we as a people going to continuously fund the needs that we're going to need on these Hawaiian homestead projects and these Hawaiian homestead lands that we have? And that's the question that I'd like to leave people with, just to sit on, because whether you oppose or not oppose what the flexible funding is used for, the long-term sustainability of DHHL and being reliant on the state, which we have seen has been an uphill battle since the time it's been formed, in order to get funding that is properly needed to house the people of the beneficiaries. We need to start thinking of sustainable plans for self-sustainability, for money generating opportunities that is critical to the longevity and for the perpetuity of the children and our children's children. And I'm 33 and I'm thinking about my children, and I'm thinking about how that $600 million is going to impact my child, and my child is going to be 50% Hawaiian. And so I don't know if we have the correct solutions on the table for that. And I know that we want to address all the wait listers right now, but think about all of that, and think about all of your mo'opuna and how we're able to fund these sources. And so I would just employ everybody and all the projects that everybody has, is to put them on the table, create a sustainable plan, at least in terms of analyzing the projects, figure out what the best project is in terms of sustainability and money generating opportunities and things that are critical, and to provide these offsets and the cost that is needed to help our people in general. And that's with education, that's with housing, that's with health, that's with a lot of different programs that we need, housing being one of them. So that's just my testimony from today. I know that we need electricity to survive, and the only way to do that in Hawaii and in the future is sustainability. And so I do support geothermal, I do support sustainability, and I do support programs and investments that will perpetuate our longevity and our lahui in totality in the future, not just today, but 30, 40 years down the block. So that's just my position, and I just thank you very much for listening to my testimony. Aloha.
Mahalo. Malia Greeny, followed by Kekoa Inomoto, followed by Jessica Andrade Kaholelio. Malia, please proceed.
Aloha. My video isn't starting. Aloha, mai kako. I
Aloha.
am aloha. I'm Malia Graney. I was mentioned. Oh, I'm sorry, it's letting me start my video now. Okay. Aloha. I'm here to provide somebody on the establishment of a new water. To me is that I was when the
Kalamai, we're unable to hear you clearly.
I was disappointed that the appointment was not upheld by the Senate committee. Really, President, governor and past governor at the meeting, I first and then heard it was that like saying that
Okay. Okay, we'll move to Kekoa Inomoto. Kekoa Inomoto. And
Aloha.
we'll return to Malia
Aloha,
when she
Commissioners.
establishes her connection. Aloha, please proceed.
Aloha. So I wanted to speak on F1. I am the chairwoman of Pa'upena Community Development Corporation, which is seeking an extension of its right of entry to complete the due diligence, the archaeological survey. And this past Thursday, we had at our Maui Lanai Mokopuni Council, Tanya Lee Gregg, who is the principal investigator and partner of Aina Archaeology, which DHHL hired to do this due diligence archaeological survey. And Ms. Lee Gregg indicated that her firm is looking at the end of March to finish the archaeological survey. Yes, I would like the commission to approve this extension of the due diligence ROE. Also, Ms. Lee Gregg indicated that there are fantastic, I'm quoting her, archaeological features on this 127-acre tract. And she said that these features would be appropriate for what she called adaptive reuse. That is to bring them alive as our kupuna use them. And she indicated that there are a lot of other areas in this 127-acre tract that would be suitable for the farming and ranching training that Pa'upena plans to utilize this tract for. Also at this Mokopuni Council meeting, we had Pono Asano, who is Mayor Bisson's Executive Assistant for Affordable Housing. And Pono is, he said, an 18-year beneficiary waitlister, and he's very committed to affordable housing. And he indicated that, in fact, the Hawaiian Homelands is one of the primary answers to the critical housing shortage in Hawaii. And lastly, at this Mokopuni Council, we had Oriana Leao, who's a DHL legislative assistant, and she gave us an update on the bills that the department has proposed to the legislature. And we extended a standing invitation to Oriana to come back to the Mokopuni Council during the legislative session to keep us apprised. I've also, during that Mokopuni Council, we also discussed agendized item F3, and it was the consensus of the Mokopuni Council, which represents 18 associations on 2 islands. It was the consensus that we are in opposition to agendized item F3. And I want to invite the commissioners to attend our Mokopuni Council. We had 29 or 30 participants from every island, from many, the presidents of many associations, and even representatives from the waitlisters from the US continent present. And it was a very substantive meeting. So I want to invite the other commissioners to those monthly meetings, which are at 5 o'clock the Thursday before the commission. And I lastly want to report on, I'm sort of fitting in my G agenda so that I can get it all in 3 minutes. I am the secretary of the Sovereign Council of Hawaiian Homestead Associations. I'm on the executive council, and we met this past Saturday morning, and the Shaw affirmed, the executive council affirmed that Kipukai Kuali'i would replace Robin Puanani Danner as chairman of the Shaw. And we set up monthly meetings at 5 p.m. the first Monday of the month so that we can plan the August annual convention, at which time Kipukai successor as the chairman will be elected. I want to invite the commissioners to those meetings and the beneficiaries. Those meetings of the executive council of the Shaw are open. And if you want to get these Zoom links, they will be at paupena.org. And lastly, the council, the executive council of the Shaw tasked me as secretary to write a letter to Governor Green affirming his decisions on however he proposes to proceed on the director of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and the chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. the Shaw Executive Council is going to support Governor Green. However, I was also tasked to reiterate our position that we support Robin Puanani Danner and Miley Lu'uai in that order of preference to become the next director of the department. And thank you very much for allowing me to testify this morning. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your manao. Okay. Jessica Andrade Kaholeliu, followed by Kaleo Cullen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, I'm talking just on behalf of the 28,000 people who are on the homestead wait list, which is, my parents who have been on the wait list since the 1980s. And it's just disheartening because I'm 49 years old. Okay, I work at the Queens Medical Center here in Punch Bowl, Honolulu. I bought my home in North Kohala, and my parents live in my home. Okay, why are they not on Hawaiian homestead lands in Kamuela? According to the City and County Real Property Tax Office, there is so much land available in Kamuela, in North Kohala, on the Kohala Mountain Road. Why does DHHL continue to allow Kahua Ranch, 9,370 acres of land, pastoral land, ranch land, that can be given to my dad, who used to work for Parker Ranch? My brother works for Parker Ranch today. Why, DHHL? Why are my parents still on the list? No one can answer that. It's very disheartening when I see papers that is sent to my mother. When all she needs is land, give them the land. They are retired. They cannot get home loans. I can. Why can't you just give my parents 10 acres, 20 acres, and let us build a home? Let us fence the property. All my parents want is land. What is so hard? And yet I fly back to Honolulu. I work at the Queens Medical Center, the hospital that was opened up for the Native Hawaiians by Queen Emma and King Kamehameha IV. And yet my parents is still waiting for Hawaiian homestead lands. My grandmother, Maxine Kahaulelio, continues to fight for Native Hawaiians since Kaho'olawe. And my grandmother will speak tomorrow. But I am just here because I'm listening to this and I'm telling myself, I need to finally say something as a Native Hawaiian, a 49-year-old Native Hawaiian, to wonder why my parents are not getting lands, which I go on the City and County Real Property Tax and look at all this land available. Why? That's why I am here, to testify for the 28,000 people who are still on the Hawaiian homestead lands. Just give them lands. Easy. It does not take a brain surgeon to figure this out. Give them lands and let them deal with getting a home on it. I will help my parents build a home. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Aloha.
Mahalo for your manao. Kaleo Cullen. Aloha, good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Aloha, aloha.
Aloha.
I'm speaking, testifying on behalf of F4. I'm in total support of F4.
Please proceed.
Aloha, I'm in support of F4, the right of entry to road jack trucking. I'm going to keep it very, very short. So I, along with our board members, totally support the right of entry to road jack trucking. And one particular reason too is because they are Kanaka run, Kanaka own, and bless them. That's it.
Mahalo for your manao.
Mahalo.
Malia Greenie. Let's try this again.
Aloha mai kako again. I'm so sorry about that. I'm not sure why I dropped off on that. I'm on Molokai in Ho'olehua, could be Sandwich Isles, but I'm starting my video now. Sorry, I'm not able to unmute it right, video right now, but that's not important.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So the main thing that I wanted to testify on, I had started well, I started by stating my disappointment for Chair Anderson not being upheld his appointment. Right now, I wanted to specifically speak about the briefing that was given last time about the USDA federal funds for the water system development, which is focusing largely on Ho'olehua. Can I still be heard?
We can still hear you. Now you're on mute.
Okay, I have no idea.
There you are. Now we can hear you again. Please proceed.
Okay. Oh, thank you. So the it's under the new DHHL water division that was proposed last month during that USDA federal funds for the water system development, which focused mostly on the Ho'olehua water system improvement project. Well, I should start with the most important thing, and that's saying that I'm not against the project. I've never been against the project. My immediate family's been here in Ho'olehua Lot 1 for about 90 years, the same age as the water system here, and it's in dire need, I know, of replacement. My background is educationally and work for decades was in public health, so I wholeheartely support that funded purpose. That's ensuring that homesteaders have access to healthy water, that's going to provide their homes with drinking water. And I was mentioned, so one of the reasons I thought that I should come on and speak was because I was mentioned in the last meeting by name. They said Malia Greenie's homestead, and so what that was by Mr. Stuart Matsunaga. And I just want you to know that twice prior to this, I did address the commission on the J agenda and also had written some of my concerns because I've been subject to very significant adverse impacts of the water system project. It was identified as Site 4. I'm actually impacted by Site 4 and Site 3 because both of these are overlapping.
You're on mute again.
So sorry about these
There we go.
technical difficulties. So sorry about that. So what I was saying is that I'm impacted both by Site 4, which was identified in January with the road coming up the entire length of my homestead, as well as an overlap with Site 3, so the entire backside of my homestead. So two entire sides are impacted by the project. I've been working, trying to work with every single level of DHHL from the Molokai office. And then we didn't have a manager at the time for this district office, but we did have a Maui County director for a while, and I worked with her. And then also, like I said, up to the Kapolei office, past chairman, as well as the commission, trying to settle the situation. And I've made it really, really clear that I feel like we should easily be able to make some kind of resolution for this. And I want to avoid any type of legal action because it really should not be necessary. but I've asked for some very specific things. I was granted them, and then it was taken away again very blatantly. And one of the things that was very important to me is having an egg meter, which I already have. We already purchased many years ago, but and had an egg rate. The rates were changed without warning. We didn't realize that. And actually, when I went down there, I had been told that I was still on the past rate, but then realized it was not. And later it was confirmed that I actually was not on that rate anymore. So it's more expensive to use that meter, our egg meter, in addition to our home, potable water meter. And so I asked that it be moved up to the top part of my lot because it's two adjoining lots, the egg and the pastoral lot. So that was granted to me. And then afterwards, it was essentially taken away. And then in these process of negotiations, the way it was written up was that you can have it and you can pay for it. However, it's up to us to decide whether or not we're going to give it to you, basically. And so it really wasn't a true thing. And I was told that as far as all of the property that was destroyed on entry, it's a long story. And I put it in writing, and I'm happy to put it in again. But all of the property that was destroyed on entry by Goodfellow Brothers, I was told most recently that after the road is completed, then you may go in and salvage what property you can. And there would be, they weren't going to give me anything back. Okay, so a very large and ongoing issue with this, which I asked from the very, very beginning. And I can't tell you how many tens of times, many, possibly 30 times or more, that I've asked for the survey to be done. It when Mr. Matsunaga talked about it,
Chair,
he
point of
said
order,
that
Mr. Chairman. What
Yes.
agenda item is she speaking on so I can understand and follow, please? I need a point of order.
G1, G1,
Please proceed.
that's 2B1. Yes. Okay, so so last time when Ms. Matsunaga had spoken about this as part of their presentation about the Ho'olehua water system project, and also at that time was speaking about starting this water division, and that it would be run basically out of the Molokai office here. So I have real concerns about that.
Okay.
One of the things that Mr. Matsunaga said was that, do I need to speed it up? One of the things that he said was there's issues to communicate with the adjoining lessee. And then he also said, oh, we are informing her, this is quote, we are informing her about the boundaries and contractor plans to start the beginning of March. So he said the beginning of March twice. I received a letter dated 2 weeks after that, dated February 1st, that they were which arrived on February 6th, certified mail. And then it said that they would be coming in 9 days later, which was February 15th, and the workers did arrive on the property at that time. I had a note there to please call me, and then they didn't call me. Okay, regardless. The point is that it's proceeding. The things haven't been settled yet. Some certain things like infrastructure go directly against the lease. So many things are as a concern part of the Section 106 process for the expansion of Site 3. I had been participating in that because it impacted directly with my homestead. At that time, Mr. Matsunaga had said that he would provide, he said, we surveyed your property, and as I said, may I please have those results of the survey? And he said he would look for them and get them to me soon. I believe he said about a week. So that was in the end of October 24th, I believe, or 28th. He said that he would provide that to me in addition to other information related to work to be done, changing of the pipes that are feeding water to Ho'olehua, And he had spoke earlier about some of the pipes being changed out in other areas that weren't in Ho'olehua, and just the need to do that because of the health concerns of the asbestos shearing. So I have concerns about that as well, which would be under the road, which is proposed for paving. So it's not that I'm saying that this road should not be paved, even though it's a fact that this road is not where the project that was funded was planned. And there's other maps that show that this is not where the road was supposed to be. Regardless, I understand this is DHHL land. And like I said, I'm not against the project, but some things need to be determined first. The lease needs to be followed. I believe that what was promised to me should be provided to me. And we need to look at the serious health concerns which have been admitted by the Land Development Division that exist, so that this 90-year-old system is not going to continue to provide drinking water that may, well, certainly not for decades to come, it will not be able to provide healthy water for us. So once that road is paved, it's going to be very difficult to go back again. So those are the concerns to me. Also that the survey has still never been provided to me at this time. So I believe all the commissioners were CC'd on an email, and that said that had maps attached. These maps did not have any survey results or show how it may or may not have varied from from prior surveys which may have been done. The only survey I ever received was from 1987.
We'll follow up on the survey. Get back to you on that.
Okay. Could I please add also just specifically that with the homesteaders here in Ho'olehua, some of us had spoken out and said that we have concerns as homesteaders that not all of us will be receiving, like I said, my water meter was a moving situation, but some other homesteaders, I want to speak to that, do not have, this is really important and relates to the, like we were talking about this water division and being headquartered here on Molokai, is that many homesteaders don't have ag water, and also don't have, not all of them even have drinking water to their homesteads where they can reside there. We definitely cannot make our ag or pastoral lots productive if we don't have access to water. So this is a critical ongoing need. And what is really difficult as far as how the meters are allotted is that each person will apply a paper application that they're interested in it, right? And then, but the list is not open, and I believe it goes for everyone, or possibly actually 2 years, and then everyone needs to reapply again. So it's not a true wait list, right? And so you don't know when you'll ever get your ag meter, or if you will. So there's a lot of things what I'm asking for in consideration when the commission discusses the water division. If you could please take into account thinking about what type of oversight, how there's going to be added transparency for the homesteaders, and to make it more fair regarding how our access to water is provided for, just like it would be on an open list for allotting homesteads themselves. I think that's really important. And then just having,
Thank
I
you.
said, appeal process oversight, checks and balances. Thank you so much. Aloha.
Thank you. Commissioners, we reached the end of our registered testifiers list. Is there anyone here in Kapolei who would like to testify who has not already shared their mana'o with the commission? Okay, we've come to the end of that. Testimony, members. Okay, Commissioners, we are on the consent agenda. Would staff please come forward?
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. And before you, are 10 consent agenda items for your consideration. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you for being here this morning, long meeting. Can I look at D9 on your consent agenda? And item 5. This is a transfer of these, and this name keep popping up of having several leases. And let me say it nicely, having several lease and then selling it and having several lease and having selling it. So this is the 5th time that I've caught this on this particular transfer name. Can you elaborate, or am I wrong on this transfer of lease of this same individual? This is the 5th transfer of property, and it's, for me, I'll call it buy and sell.
Thank you,
Point
Commissioner,
blank.
for that question. You're correct. Item number 5 under agenda item D9, the transferee, Theodora Owai, is the daughter of Theodore Owai. Both father and daughter have received multiple leases via lease transfer transactions. In this particular case, the transferee, Theodora Owai, has held 3 previous leases, which she subsequently transferred. She is not a current lessee of record, thereby allowing her the ability to receive a lease by way of transfer. Although she's been a lessee previously, as I stated, she held 3 residential leases previously. There's no policy or rule currently that would prohibit her from receiving a lease. Therefore, in this case, as she is qualified to receive a lease, we're moving forward with recommending lease number 8184 to be transferred to her as the lessee requested.
The reason I bring this up is because it continues to be in my ahupua'a, which is Nanakuli. And I asked this commission body to really look at this buy and sell opportunity. And if the department don't have a policy in place, or even make an attempt to even have a PIG to address this, this will continue. The buy and sell and get back on the list. And what it doesn't give any opportunity for other Native Hawaiians who either on the wait list or who's trying to get a house to the opportunity to get a home. And so I really flagged this. This is very serious because this is the 5th time it came up in this commission since 2019. And so there has to be changes of a policy and an attempt that this body today talk about and working together to set some kind of policies. And so I'm just concerned because I think it's going to come up again. We're going 6 and 7 of the same opportunity of this ohana to abuse, and I say abuse because it is abuse when you can flip the houses, buy, sell, flip back and forth. And so I share this mana'o and I open it up and thank you. Thank you, Juan. And I know you're just doing your job. You don't, there's no policy in place, so there's not stopping you from not taking this opportunity. But I think this body as a commission should start talking about it and start doing something about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Alwo.
Yes, I just want to add to what Commissioner Teruya is bringing up today. There's been numerous discussions over the years that I've been here regarding this issue, as you well know. So I do think it would be appropriate to establish a PIG so that we can take a deeper dive. We have asked for policies on a number of things over the years. And often not much changes. So I would support a PIG to look into this matter and then deepen that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any further discussion? Thank you. Commissioner Kaliki?
Not on B5, but then proceed to the different items.
Of course.
But before you skip my item.
Oh, I'm
Because,
sorry.
no, before you skip, there's still dialogue,
Yeah.
discussion on a PIG. So where are we going with that? I don't want to have me skipped and then come back later. So what is the recommendation you've heard from Mr. Awoa, Vice Chair, and myself of this PIG establishment to set policies so we don't come back again and listen to number 8 and 9 and 10 of flipping houses, especially Hawaiian homes.
If the
Oh,
desire
yeah.
of the commission is to establish a
So-
permitted interactive group, I'm
How do we,
happy to.
what is the step, Mr. Chairman?
Well, the chair needs to assign the group, PIG. I agree, that we need to have
Thank
PIG,
you.
we need to look into the issue, so. Chair.
So if it's the desire of the commission to establish a permitted interaction group, I'm happy to do that. Just so we could have the commission on record, would like to ask if I would entertain a motion to establish, just so we have it on the record that the commission approves. Is there any members like to make?
I would, no, I wouldn't, since the matter's not on
We can add it on the agenda
the
on
agenda.
March.
Yeah, I would
That's fine.
recommend moving it to the
Okay.
next month.
Okay.
So my question is, if you're interested in a PIG, do we let the chairman know, Ryan, that we're interested, and when it comes up in March, then he will designate you to be on the PIG? Is that how it works?
That would be fine,
Okay,
and then that you can submit your interest to chair.
yes.
And then when the permitted interaction group is established, then you can set the who is gonna be on. It's gonna be less than quorum, of course. And then the purpose of the permitted interaction group. And then this will actually allow deferring it to March will actually allow better scoping of the permitted interaction group.
So what is the members without quorum? 3, 4,
Four.
4?
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
So it
thank
can
you,
be-
Ryan.
It can be maximum 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right.
Okay, members, any commissioners who desire to be a part of said permitted interaction group, if you could contact, if you could simply shoot me an email individually, of course, and copy Leah on that email, so we have that recorded, the staff as well. But again, individually, please, and happy to discuss at next month's meeting, as it seems it's obvious that there's a desire to do that. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Kalikini, you had a question on another item?
Yeah, Commissioner Teroy. We're done with that one.
please proceed,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Mahalo. A couple quick questions. One, on D5, on page 2, at the top. I just wanted clarification on Keone Papaya. See down the top,
Yes,
assigned residential lease. And so am I correct that he's been on an applicant from 2021? Is that how it's stated there?
that is correct.
That
And-
means he got on the wait list in 2021?
That is correct, but the purpose of this agenda item is we are canceling the noted applicants on the wait list because they've received the lease. It's not a lease award from the department, but they received the lease by way of transfer or
Transfer.
successorship.
Okay. Oh, that was quick for him then. I wanted to go to D7. And again, just clarification for my understanding, Sharon Barano. Application date 77. Then there was a defer on 1993. And then in 2021, we get information again, so she is then placed back on the.
Yes, we lost track of the applicant.
Wait,
Applicant did not provide us with current mailing address. We've recently did receive that information, so her application status has been reinstated.
Okay, and when she's reinstated, does she go back to where she was originally on the wait list, or does she go back to the bottom of the list?
She goes back to where her original date
Okay,
was or is.
it was a long time we didn't hear from her.
Again, it's, yeah, unfortunately, that responsibility of providing the most updated mailing address information is the beneficiary's responsibility.
Got it. My last question has to do with D9 and D10. On D9 is approval of assignment of leasehold interest. And then D10 is the approval of amendment of leasehold interest. And I noticed that there were named, similar beneficiaries or lessees on both items.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Does D10 occur before D9? Or
They're simultaneously,
They're
basically, yeah. In order to complete the transaction, there are some housekeeping, if you will, housekeeping matters that the department needs to take. In some cases, it's amending the lease to reflect the current terms and conditions of leases that were not necessarily on the original lease. So it's just updating the lease terms.
So yeah, so you answered my question. It occurs simultaneously.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Juan. Paul.
I had one last one.
Commissioner
Thank
Turia,
you.
followed by Commissioner Kopu.
When you have Juan here, you just gotta ask him because he's an expert. Juan, on D8. So the dates listed next to the individual is like 10/20/22. Is that when they submitted their application?
That is the effective date of their application, Commissioner. Yes.
Then I need to commend your staff because a lot of them are on 22 October or December, and that your staff moved really quickly to bring it to the commission on.
That is
this month.
correct.
So,
Our applications branch are very effective and again, we could be more effective if we had more staff, but they're doing the very best that they can at this point.
Yeah, I just wanted to commend that. The dates are all 22, and then we're just 2 months down the road in 23, and we're actually approving this. So thank you to you and your staff.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that comment.
Commissioner Kopu.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for Patty, actually. In light of your,
AG to ask me a question like that. I don't have an attorney. I'm sorry. I don't have an attorney with me. Gotta be
No,
careful
it's,
what you ask.
in light of your comment about the buy and sell,
Yeah.
and we're moving toward properly putting on the agenda and establishing a PIG, would it be proper to defer any kind of approval on those specific repeat people as part of this consent matter?
And he's an AG, so he's not him AG, he's an attorney, so he's telling me that. And I think that's a great question, is that, do we move ahead and pull out D9?
Our recommendation is to approve
you,
it,
Russell.
commissioners. There is no policy at this point that would warrant. But that, again, I leave that up to you.
And I thank you for that, Russell, for catching that, because I think it's important, because we are questioning to put policies together. And when you have 5 of the same individual coming to this commission, I don't think at this time I would like to support, and moving forward with D9, I think I would like to, are we okay to pull out D9 until further discussion, or, I mean?
Or just pulling that individual matter out of D9, but the rest of the
Correct.
list, if it's not a,
just
not a
an
repeat,
item.
yeah.
Ryan, what do you?
Is there a motion on the floor? Yeah.
Not
Okay,
yet.
so
Which-
the motion can go on to the floor as amended, taking out that individual lease approval.
So Mr. Kanakola, you're saying it's the prerogative of the commission to remove or leave in? Is that what you're telling us?
Correct. Under Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, Section 208, it is the department's authority and through this commission's authority to approve transfers. So if this commission wants to defer the transfer till next month, then that's your prerogative.
Russell?
Do you have anything else, any other comments to make, Commissioner Kopu?
So now I want to ask Juan, is that one matter that we discussed, is that the only repeat that you're aware of on your consent request?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're coming before the commission recommending approval as requested by both the lessee and the transferee.
No.
Transfer-
My question is, are you aware of any other repeat requests like the one that we discussed on D9? On this particular item?
Am
on
I
these
aware
items?
of this transferee having held previous leases? Is that the question, Commissioner?
No, are you aware of other requests on this on this request, which are repeat?
I am not
Myself.
aware of the others having multiple leases previously.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Awo.
Yeah, so here's my concern. This isn't a one-off. We're gonna get more of these probably coming before us. And establishing a PIG and our experience as commissioners, actually formulating a policy that may or may not transpire. So if we're going to defer this one, what I'm concerned about, we're setting a precedent to defer every other one that comes before us with the hope that we're going to create a policy with no assurances we're actually going to do it. So anyway, that's my manao. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner
No,
Nevis, you have
I
comments?
sort of have the same concerns, if we put these on hold, it could affect financing and so on and so forth. I know, yeah, it doesn't smell right, but the problem is that you start delaying financing and say the PGIG goes on for 6 or 7 months. I think we're subject to some kind of lawsuit delaying this process for a policy that we haven't established yet. So I don't think we want to jump, let's, like Auntie put forward a couple of weeks ago, let's test the water with our feet before we jump in, because we don't need a bunch of lawsuits over this stuff. Yeah, it's not good, but we need to slowly progress, move forward, make sure we're okay, get the PIG together, and then come out with a policy.
Commissioner
That's
Freitas?
my manao. Thank you.
Commissioner Freitas,
Yeah, it's,
what you got? Go ahead.
this is definitely an issue in probably every island, every moku across the state. It's very prevalent. And to answer, Commissioner Nevis' question, yeah, it's gonna come up soon, sooner than later. To avoid any kind of potential legal ramifications that could put the trust in jeopardy, maybe we should implement some kind of policy for us or analyze potential options we have moving forward.
Commissioner Kalekini, you have further manao?
Yeah, I supporting, all of the input starting from Commissioner Pereira and all the way across the board. Rather than just removing that one particular person right now and taking the vote, it seems like there are some legal ramifications. Sounds like it. Can we include D9 in our exec session today? And then pick it up after exec session?
Mr. Kanakole, would you answer that, please?
So because the motion's not on the floor yet, the commission can defer action on D9
Until later.
until after exec session. We can discuss in exec session.
I think I would
But you
rather
can move
do
forward
that.
with action on the remaining items.
So I'd like to recommend that we remove D9 and take it into ES for discussion.
Second.
There's no motion on the floor yet.
I just did.
Oh,
Right, I just
Oh,
did.
okay,
Sorry.
yeah,
And
okay,
then I
so
have a
it is as
second.
amended.
Yes, yes,
So
sir.
it's been moved by Taruya and seconded by Nevis.
Thank you, Dennis.
I have a comment. And I
On
think
the motion on the floor?
not before we move to the motion. And I think this is a question for Lehua, because I believe there may have been legislative efforts to address this issue in the past. Lehua would probably know about it, but I think it wasn't successful because there may not have been enough support for the bill, but I would ask that the commission keep that in mind as well, and that we confer with Lehua to get an update. Thank you.
So just
Yeah.
also to add to that, in the WAM meeting, senators did bring up these concerns also about the leases selling and getting another, holding up another lease. So this was also a concern brought up verbally in WAM meeting that I witnessed. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kopu, did you have something else? Nope. Okay, so members, there's a motion on the floor that's been moved and seconded to take this item up later on the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Aye.
Motion is carried. This item will be moved to later on in the agenda.
Thank you. And can you also, Chairman, have Lehua attend if, as mentioned from Mr. Awo, that she may have information on this particular subject, I think.
Clarification, was the motion to approve the consent agenda?
No,
No,
I was just gonna move that
No.
myself.
we're moving the whole consent agenda to after exec session.
The way I read.
No, I think
Moving 9.
only D9, right?
Yeah,
So
what I
I
heard is
move,
we're gonna move D9
Yeah,
to
only
later
to
on in the
remove
agenda. That's
D9
what I heard.
into executive.
So the decision making on the remaining consent agenda is
Has
still
only the
before the
motion.
commission.
Yes,
We
yeah,
haven't-
and
we haven't
I
moved
move
on.
for that, Chair.
thank you.
Yes,
I move for the approval of the remainder.
okay,
To move
it's been
forward.
moved by Kopu, seconded by Nevis. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no.
Aye.
Motion is carried. Members, it is going on 12:40. Without objection, we'll move into, may I get a motion for executive session?
Second,
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
thank you.
The commission will convene an executive session pursuant to section 92-584 Hawaii Revised Statutes to consult with its attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. Without objection, members, we will convene an executive session. Are there any objections? Hearing none, we will convene an executive session in 5 minutes. Come out of executive session. Call the meeting back to order.
Good afternoon,
Please proceed.
Commissioners. D9 is to approve the assignment of the leasehold interest pursuant to Section 208 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, subject to applicable terms and conditions of the assignment. Number 2, to approve and accept that the transferees have the required Hawaiian ancestry to receive the lease.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? There being no discussion. Clicking.
About the discussion about setting up the PIG, that was different.
No. Yeah.
That was done in open session.
So any members who desire to be on the permitted interaction group will communicate with me and Leah by email. And we'll discuss that item next month.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Mahalo.
No problem. So members, no discussion on the motion. There being no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
That takes us to item C1.
Aloha,
Aloha, good
Commissioners,
afternoon.
Chairman, Commissioners, Paula Ayla, Acting Administrator for the Contact and Awards Division, requesting approval for 99-year residential leases. We have 13 on the agenda this month throughout the state, Hawaii Island, Kauai, and Oahu.
Question.
Any,
Hi, thank you.
yes, Commissioner Torrio.
Sure, thank you. What on this thing it says, Waianae Oahu Nanakuli lots first series, what is that? First series 7 or first?
What is Series 7, Kyla? I have my team available for questions. We have several going on right now at
Oh,
Nanakuli and Waianae. Nanakuli lot first series.
Aloha,
Would you
Commissioner.
repeat your question, Commissioner?
Oh, no, pardon me, I see it now. I
Okay.
saw, I see that submission. Thank you. Thank you,
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Chairman.
We need to approve the motion.
Do you have anything else in your presentation?
Is it?
Members, any questions for staff?
So move.
It's been moved by Taruya, seconded by Namuo. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion is carried. Thank you.
Mahalo. Thank you.
I just, Mr. Chairman, I just also want to make a comment that,
Sure.
thank Paula, Ayla and her staff for
Mhm.
working so hard diligently in pushing these lots, available for our beneficiaries. Thank you so much.
Commissioner, thank you
Thank
to
you.
the awards team. They do a great job.
Thank you.
Yes, you all do. Thank you.
Aloha.
Next item on the agenda, land management. Mr. Albinio, good afternoon.
Afternoon, hello, Commissioners again. Ana Albunio, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. First up, agenda number 1. LMD is seeking the approval from the commission to First Amendment to Right of Entry number 692 Pa'upena Community Development Incorporated on Waihuli, Kilkea, Maui. TMK is noted in the submittal.
Mr. Albinio, you have anything else as part of your presentation?
I'll just read the recommended action, or motion and action that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to the First Amendment to Right of Entry, number 690, issued to Pa'upena Development Incorporated, for an additional 12 months, for an additional 12-month period for the purpose of conducting due diligence requirements on Hawaiian homelands under the TMK as specified in the submittal. And approval of this amendment is subject to the conditions number 1, 2, and 3 under the motion and action.
Commissioner Nevis.
Hana, I noticed it says the term extended for 12-month period dated back to October. That still gonna give them enough time for their due diligence?
According to this, it will.
It will?
Yeah.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yeah.
So
So Mr. Albino, you're presenting the land management division items F1 through 3.
Correct.
Okay. So F3 is just a direction to evaluate, yes?
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Taruya, question?
Oh, no, I thought we were done. I was making a motion to support the submittal.
Please proceed.
Yeah, so move to accept the submittal on F1, approval of First Amendment right of entry.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on F1. Any discussion? Okay, there being no discussion, members, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion is carried. Moving to F2, members, do we have a motion?
Agenda item number F2,
Go ahead.
LMD is seeking the approval to issuance of a right of entry permit to Pacific Transfer LLC Shafted Flats, Island of Oahu, TMK number 11064, number 10.
Members, any questions on this item? Any questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner Trujillo, go ahead.
This is for the Pacific Transfer.
Correct.
So right next door to Pacific Transfer was the property that got burned Sunday, then, yeah?
Actually on Pacific Transfers, no, it was opposite of
Right,
Pacific
yeah.
Transfer.
So was that the same structure that was burnt already, that was still there?
The mezzanine was burnt earlier, not last summer, I think the summer before that. The structure fire that just occurred this past weekend was in the warehouse, and it was on the other side of the warehouse. I know I just had issued or distributed pictures.
And I know that you don't have control, Kahana, I understand.
Yep.
With our limited staff and everything. And I did visit the property a couple of weeks ago. There were, I saw that. And there were a lot of homeless living there, yeah? And
Correct.
it's so hard to control our abandoned buildings, end up having homeless living there. And I think this is probably the cause of that burnt fire that we had.
Right.
So I think maybe now with the island-wide enforcement team, we can initiate some kind of balance on the Moana Loa Kai chapter. Yeah.
Correct. In regards to this submittal, a recommended motion and action to allow for Pacific Transfer, who is the neighboring tenant. They were amenable to tearing down actually the entire site. And I had along with Commissioner Kaupu, who was familiar with the site also, had just suggested the mezzanine to be taken down because from my pictures last week, I went there last week, took some pictures, and it's in the original submittal. The picture that I provided you guys today is as of this morning. So with regards to what transpired over the weekend, I think it'd be best that the entire structure be demolished instead of just the mezzanine. Because it provides a safety and hazardous to the safety of individuals using that property or being illegally occupied by someone in that area. So with that being said.
So is that Pacific Transfer will do the demolishing with their costs?
Correct. So with that being said, if you look through the conditions specifically, condition number 4, there was a credit of $150,000 for them to demolish within a 6-month period of time. And we would allow them to use the site, demolish the site, whatever they needed to use the vacant concrete padded site for trucks and what have you. Once that demolition is completed, we would get the property back. And if they complete it within the 6-month time and there was credit still available, we would pay them back somehow for the balance of the credit that were due to them. If we allow them to just stay to use up the credit, then we can do that. But it eventually come back to us and we would look to leasing that specific property out for a long-term lease with the structures demolished.
Yeah, 'cause they've been a good tenant for us
Correct.
for years, Hawaii Pacific Transfer,
Yes.
even if we had sea rise concerns, I
Yeah.
think Pacific Transfer has been really good tenants
Correct.
to the department in that area, yeah.
Right. And with that being said, I'm not sure if I can make the amendment or you guys can make the amendment, but I would amend because the $150,000 credit was just for the mezzanine demolition. We would raise that credit up to $200,000 for the entire warehouse plus the mezzanine.
Is that your recommendation?
That's, I mean, that's my amended recommendation. I know my initial recommendation number 4 was $150,000.
Wait, no, not finished, wait, not real quick, I think. Okay, we have F5 later, yeah, okay, so let's go back to Kakoi Street and our properties there at Wanaloa Kai. So do you see our properties located in that area, producing properties, for the department? If we have tenants in, some of our empty properties there, Kahana?
Yes, yeah. I would suggest that, yeah, we look at those individual properties just to deter or just to stop the vagrants, the homeless, the trespassing, all of that stuff. I know we have several properties that we're not gonna renew the lease. I know in our commission meeting back in August, we had, the commission had agreed to extend leases on the Kakoi Street. And we'll see that in F5.
What
And
about
we're
Kila
moving-
House?
Keely Hall, we said, as was presented in the commission meeting back in October, was we weren't intending to extend those. We're looking to do like a big development for that area.
So you have one of the buildings on Kili House Street that is
Yes, that came back to
and
us.
the
They surrendered their
Higher
lease.
homeless, it looks like IHS over there,
Right.
and that's
So,
such a unreal beautiful property, you know, and
Yeah.
so.
And the only thing, again, the problem with that property is when DOT did their clearing of the viaduct. That
Yeah.
just,
All over
Yeah.
there on our property.
Yeah.
So do you think that we can look at the island enforcement team to take a look at that and help with that problem, so we can preserve our property out in the Mapuna Puna?
we could, just, I mean, I'm not an engineer, but from my estimation, I think that building needs to be demolished. I don't think, yeah, it leaks. It's, one side is concreted and then you got steel framing on the top. Through the years, homeless have ruined it,
Yeah. the
kind of thing,
damage,
yeah.
big time.
Besides that, the rains, the floods and all that stuff, yeah, that kind of,
I thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll save my other questions for the when we're on F5, when we're on the Wanaloa, because right now we're just approving Hawaii Pacific transfer. So
Yes.
thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Members, any further questions for staff? Commissioner Ogle?
So Kahana, this property, it says it was vacated. How long ago was that?
it was vacated, I want to say 16 or 17, right around that time. And I know Pacific Transfer had taken down where you can see, it looks like a building, but it's not, where that red thingy is. It's concrete pad. There was a former building there, and it was leaning onto Pacific Transfer's building. And they had come in and demolished that. Of course, same thing for credit against their rent for the general lease. And they took that down. Now they're interested in taking down the entire other side of that parcel.
Who was the last tenant before this became?
It was,
abandoned?
actually, it was revocable permits
Oh,
that was
okay.
there, yeah.
And who was the last company? I'm asking. 'cause I
Professional
think this
service,
is-
there's a professional trucking company. It
Okay.
was, and those two tenants that were there where the building was demolished, they moved across the street to the corner. Can't see it in his, they moved across the street to the corner over here on the bottom. So as right of entry tenants.
And what was the condition of the building when
That first one was taken down.
it was vacated? by the
Again,
Permitting.
it was already leaning onto
Okay.
onto the lessee's improvement there, that warehouse that is on the top.
So yeah, I'm just asking the question because I think we're fortunate
Yes,
because we have a fire that could have killed somebody.
right.
And my question is, why did it take so long to move on demolition? And that's the concern I have. And I just wanted to put it out on the table because this creates a huge safety issue.
Right.
As well as a liability issue for our department. I just feel it could have been addressed sooner.
And, yep. In addition to that, though, Pacific Transfer is aware of the process. Once that demolition occurs, once it's completed, what we intend to do is to release the property for a long-term general lease. And they're aware and they're ready and able to participate in that release of the property. So, thank you.
So I'm sorry, Kahana. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead. No. go
Yeah,
ahead.
Con
Never mind.
is this area fenced?
The backside is, and then you got, the buildings run right against each other. So on the bottom, you got U-Haul. On the bottom where Google is, there's two structures there. That's U-Haul. That's one of our tenants. And the building butts up right next to the building there. On the opposite side, it is fenced in. The front side, there is fencing, but they've taken on the chains to access
Yeah, just
the
don't want it
parking
to
lot.
turn into a dump site between the time we have it torn down and.
Yeah, and then just for your information too, you guys can see on the Eva side, so we're looking at the picture here, on this side of the parcel, there's a ditch. And that's the one that kind of overflows from when it rains.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any further?
Yeah.
I
Question
got
for
one,
staff?
one more.
Commissioner Albo?
So Kahana, we have, vagrants, trespassers living in this
Yes,
building for years, it sounds like.
yes.
I'm just wondering if this was the first fire or if we've had more than just this one.
I think I mentioned, this is the second time the warehouse, this is the first time for the warehouse that a fire occurred. The first time for the mezzanine, which is up in the front by Kakoi Street way here. On this side of the parcel, there's a mezzanine, two-story office type structure, that burnt. I want to see the last summer or the summer before, there was a fire there.
Okay, so, time frame, you anticipate this building going down, you have a time frame?
Again, as soon as we can get this right of entry, issued, we say up to a 6-month time period, for the building to be demolished. Again, that takes away from us getting the permits and doing, taking more time. We're giving it to the hands of the lessee of, General Lease 282, who's, gonna be the permittee for this specific right of entry. And they're gonna take the onus of getting all of that stuff done, just like how they did with the first one. Getting the permits, doing all of that stuff, getting it demolished.
I would just ask that every effort be made to accelerate that process. Every day this building is up, we have a problem.
Right.
We have a liability issue for the department.
Correct.
So that is my ask.
And again, they are adamant about taking this building down because it affects their business also with the vagrants, with the trespassers and all of that stuff. They've experienced a lot of trouble with these guys also. So,
Just one more question, kind of, on removing, the trespassers, who's gonna handle that?
we'll go in and address them. We'll post notices, let them know that, the building is gonna come down. Even this morning, I saw some guys, I said, hey, you guys gotta get out of here. You guys not allowed in here kind of thing, So I went down by myself without any enforcement.
But under the ROE, the ROE.
Correct. He's gonna be, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
One last one.
Yes,
Thank you,
Commissioner
thank you.
Turiel.
On these area lots at, Kokoi,
Mhm.
how many lots do we have that are looking to be expired in 2022? Do you have a number?
That'll come up in our
Okay.
F5.
Okay, so Pacific Transfer, were they always on a right of way or is
No.
this something new?
This is something new for them.
Correct.
They have, one of the longest term leases,
Correct.
with right above the 60 Cup,
So
right above there.
Why are we putting them? Why are we, they have a lease or general lease?
They have a general lease.
Okay, so now we're
Correct.
putting them back to month to month.
Yeah, because it's a separate parcel.
Okay,
It's a right of entry. It's not a long-term type of disposition like how we gave. And they went through the process bidding and all that stuff for the property they have now.
thank you.
And
so,
that was back in 2009, 10 that they received that lease.
I see.
They have a 55-year lease for the one that generally is 282.
And because this area is so in the market value, it's close to the airport, it's close to the TOD. I mean, this department could get good money
Yes.
for the trust. And I think that's what we need to keep in mind, is how do we use this valuable parcels
Mhm.
in Mapunapuna that can bring funding into this trust, the market. And I know that
Correct.
you're kind of looking at all of that. And that's really so important. What I hate to see is that Pacific Transfer obtains that property. And I think what we need to take a look at is that these companies come in and they start sandwiching the parcel. In other words, they're making the funding, like Watermos. Watermos has a general lease.
Sublease,
They
yeah.
sandwich, I call it sandwich.
Mhm.
Consultants would use that in commercial, is that they sublease it all out.
Mhm.
So they make the funding, not us. We collect one rent.
Mhm.
They collect multiple rents. So they make the money. How do we stop that? Because we should make the money for the trust. The trust helps us to build homes for our waitlisters,
Right.
and stuff. So I think we need to have little, look at that because, Watermelons make big money. Trust me, they rent out sublease their whole area in, Kilihau parcel. So
Right.
the funding goes to them. Funding don't come to us.
Yeah.
We only get one time rent.
And
So I
s-
just wanted to add that in a comment of that whole Mapunapuna.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you,
Point
thank
taken,
you.
yeah.
Chair,
Members, any further?
I do, Kahana, thank you. So you mentioned that, something about the cap
Yeah.
needs to be higher. Can you explain that a little bit again?
Yeah, so in speaking with, and again, speaking with these, generalists, lessee who had mentioned, I asked for a roundabout, kind of, costs. With regards to the first structure, the commission had given $115,000 credit just for that first structure. And it was a warehouse with bays and all that. And I think close to $100,000 just for that. So with this and the time frame, they just said about 200,000 at most. If it's less than that, then it's less than that. If it's more than that, then they take on the burden of that. But we're gonna cap it at 200,000.
Okay, and so if we did not agree to this amount, whether 150 or 200, we would have to look for someone else to
Correct.
demolish?
Yes, to demolish, put up our own money, and go to the permitting and all of that stuff, yeah. So we put the onus on them. This is kind of putting the onus on them to get all of that stuff done.
Okay. So I would, did we make a motion already?
Wait, one more last one.
No.
Do we charge any camp fee?
Cam fee,
Yeah.
no,
Nah.
no, we don't.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Members, anything further?
Just
Commissioner
point-
Nevis?
Just point of order, I think we need to amend the motion.
We
There's a
will.
bunch of changes.
That's right. And I'll entertain, I'll ask for a motion to do just that. and amend this.
So moved. Amend the motion to $200,000 maximum.
Is there a second? Thank you very much.
Can
Moved
you
by,
repeat the motion, please? Thank you.
We're amending the motion that the maximum outlay by this the ROE holder would be 200,000.
correct.
200,000 instead of the, what was it?
150.
150, yeah?
Right.
Yeah.
Because Donna said because of the two-story, it's gonna be a
Yeah.
little more expensive.
All right, thank you,
Okay.
Dennis. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Who moved? Who
So it's
seconded?
been moved by Nevis, seconded by Awol. Members, any discussion on the amendment? There's no discussion. All in favor of amending, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion is carried. So the motion has been amended.
Appreciate it, commissioners.
May I get a motion to accept the amended motion? Okay, moved by Nevis, seconded by Awol. Members, any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion is carried. Thank you.
Appreciate
Mr.
it.
Albino, please proceed.
Last action item, item number F3, subject is to direct the department to evaluate whether Act 279 funds should be used to purchase geothermal resource development as a means to generate revenue to reduce the homestead applicant waiting list. Just for information, there was a information submittal. I'm not sure if you guys remember back in December. There was a small information submittal that did include the communication that I have attached to this submittal also. So just wanted to note that.
Can you,
This is where we.
can you tell us about this a minute?
Okay,
A little?
yeah. Again, that the Hawaiian Homes Commission directed the department to evaluate whether Act 279 session laws of Hawaii 2022 funds should be used to pursue geothermal resource development as a means to generate revenue to reduce the homestead applicant waiting list. This direction is authorized to it is intended to provide DHHL staff the opportunity to formulate a path that would justify the use of funds as appropriated pursuant to Act 279 of 2022. The path as formulated shall be consistent with the following criteria. 1, Hawaiian Homes Commission permitted interaction group be established as determined by the Hawaiian Homes Commission. 2, the process of if and when any renewable energy solicitation is considered, be strictly guided by statutory requirements, more specifically Hawaii Revised Statutes 171.95 and 171.95.3 respectively. 3, engage with beneficiaries via the beneficiary consultation process. And 4, the Hawaiian Homes Commission may set forth other criteria deemed prudent and necessary.
Anything else? Any questions for staff?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to wait till Commissioner Helm arrives. Oh, okay, because he did make mention of this subject matter. Oh, he's here. Thank you.
There he is.
Oh, thank you, Akil Kua.
I
was gonna defer, but he's here, so, yeah. It's only,
Oh, I don't know.
thank you.
You're gonna set the whole up for you next time. That's right.
Oh, Leon got a rubber band.
I'll take a short recess to allow him to get settled.
Yeah.
A short recess.
Not at this time.
Commissioners, any questions for staff?
What item is this?
This is F three.
Yeah.
So is this for decision making or just?
Decision making.
I guess it's the direction to the department to evaluate.
Decision-making regarding the evaluation,
Okay, so,
but please proceed.
yeah, I want to get right to it.
Go ahead.
You know, I oppose, utilizing, Act 279 funds for this purpose. I do appreciate the need to consider geothermal exploration, but this morning I heard terms like high risk, exploratory, potential, all of that meaning that we are setting aside 2 million for a specific purpose with a very determined outcome to put that into this bucket that subjects the $2 million to risk. And if a private corporation is saying that's too risky for us, why would we take that same risk? So I am opposed to this. I do support, you know, I see this is coming from the legislature, and I do appreciate Senator De La Cruz and very robust discussions about not deviating from the plan. When this was submitted, perhaps that wasn't at the forefront of his thought, but certainly it is now for all of us. And this constitutes a deviation in my view. I would ask that the legislature support doing a line item on this $2 million rather than pull it from here. That's just manao from me. Now, whether or not they want to do it, it's up to the ledge. But I say that because I don't disagree with what the former senator said, what the current OHA trustee said this morning. It provides an opportunity for us to leverage funds to continue supporting this effort. This just isn't the right place to pull the funds from. Right. The other thing is, Act 279 wasn't intended to eliminate the entire list. It was intended to reduce the existing list. And we have a lot more work to do. We need, as somebody pointed out earlier, I think the former deputy, it's going to take billions. So this is just one step forward, and I hope we continue to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair,
Yep.
I just wanted to
Mr. Kaliki.
make a brief comment, please, ahead of continued discussion. So the action and the motion, Kana, correct me if I'm correct, it's not decision-making to use the 2 million, it's decision-making to evaluate the potential or the possibility to use it.
Yep.
I wanted to just
You got it.
clarify, because I know some of the testimony we heard from beneficiaries, it appeared like they were thinking that this is automatically going to take 2 million out. It's not.
It's an evaluation.
Evaluation,
Stated
PIG.
Thank you. Members, any further discussion, questions for staff?
Thank you.
Commissioner Trujillo, followed by
So-
Commissioner Helm.
With that being said, when you say evaluation, we still can oppose the evaluation, right? Of
Yes.
using that,
Yep.
because it's
Yes,
it's
by all means, yes.
it's an action item. It's on the agenda. So today, the commission, if the commission feels this, it's the deviating of using 279 or any other projects, we can still say that we don't support the use of reevaluating this funds.
Correct.
Yeah, thank
Yes,
you,
you can.
Kahana. Just wanted to, thank you.
Commissioner Helm.
Oh, okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Connor. Finally made it, but I just want to like to share my concerns and my opinion. I don't see a problem with generating revenues for the department, but using these funds from Act 279, and whether it's just an evaluation or not, but I would oppose that. And I think there's other avenues of them getting funds through probably the legislature or, but I think we need to stick to our strategic plan, and that's my own fully on, and that's my own manao right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Owo.
I would agree with Zach. I think this comes down to how we want to utilize our time and our resources. I see no value in utilizing time and resources by forming a PIG to explore something that I don't support. Because we have to, I think our time is better served if we form a PIG to determine how we're going to encumber funds for the second unit. Because we don't have time to experiment. We have a narrow window and we want to use our time wisely. So, and I do want to say that I want to acknowledge the Association of Hawaiians for Homestead Lands as well as Shaw. Before coming here, 48 hours before jumping on the plane, 84 people signed a petition opposing F3. And some of the manao, some people took the time to provide manao, and most of it goes to stick with the plan. We are waitlisters. We want to reduce the list. So again, if a private entity views this as too risky, then so do I. Thank you.
Sure. Also,
Commissioner Hill.
yeah, thank you. I did receive emails as well opposing this proposal, so I
Yes.
just wanted to add that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nevis.
Yes, I again oppose the use of 279 funds for this activity. But I do agree we need a permitted interaction group to finish some of the work we did putting the plan together. As you that were on the permitted action group, there's several areas that we still had to work on. And I think that's more important than looking at a way to try to fit this in. They talk about, the presenters talked about, what we could do down the road. The problem is using this $2 million, there are kapunas right now, they're right on the edge. And if they're lost, so is the rest of their ohana. So the concern for me is immediate. We should take care of the immediate and then work towards continuing to hold the state's feet to their fire to provide sufficient funds moving forward. This is a one-time opportunity with the $600 million to do what we're supposed to do. That's put Hawaiians in the land. So I would oppose this process and using any funds from 279 for this $2 million project. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Freitas.
I received both phone calls for it and against it. Some of them you saw today. I do agree 100%. We have a plan in place. That plan has to be, attacked head on with the task at hand that we have in front of us. However, I really do see the benefit that this potential endeavor could provide for our future generations of our children. And what the crossroads we're at is like, we don't have time. As you guys mentioned, we don't have time. We don't have time to possibly, take away resources and implement resources other places when we have something in front of us that needs to get attacked. Just from my own personal coming into today, I was looking at it like, from the standpoint of, if we were to evaluate this and it didn't acquire cost, from our department, I was thinking from the standpoint of what's the harm of looking into it as possibly could this be a revenue generator down the line? But I do agree with what the commissioner is saying is, we don't want to take resources away, and implement that way. Implement something else. But I think everybody's in collaboration with how important and it could be beneficial for us in the future. So I would, if possible, I would like to look at a way to evaluate this. But if it's gonna take away resources and take away from our task at hand and servicing the beneficiaries and implementing Act 279 and reducing that wait list, then I might have to reconsider.
So
So
we'll
moved.
wait to see what the motion is.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, Kalekini, did you have anything else you'd like to add? Please do.
Yeah, Chair, so I, from my perspective, I would support establishing a PIG for the purposes of evaluating. Just evaluating, we're not committing to utilizing the 2 million as part of the 600 million of Act 279. To folks that mentioned the D word, deviate, I think the Attorney General, the communication with the Attorney General and Senator De La Cruz sets the record straight that if, and this, it's a big if, because it's not about appropriating and using the 2 million, but if that were to happen, Attorney General Craig Iha mentions that it is something that is part of Act 279 under Section 2, item number 5. So from that perspective, just for the folks that mentioned that they felt this was deviating from Act 279, the AG's communication with Senator De La Cruz states the record that it is not. So I'm fully supportive of at least establishing the PIG. Part of it is I do understand a little bit of what geothermal project, the opportunities that could come from a project. So all revenues that's generated from a potential geothermal project would be all directed to the department. That is state law. And it could be substantial, but until we evaluate this further, we will know what that opportunity is or could be. So again, I would support establishing a PIG for this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Chair.
I think so.
Commissioner Namu, please
Yes,
proceed.
Mr. Chair, after reviewing the Attorney General's opinion,
Yes.
the legislature gave DHHL a multi-pronged approach to eliminating the wait list by authorizing DHHL to use appropriated funds for other services as necessary to address the waiting list. DHHL has, and it also says DHHL has exclusive authority over the management and geothermal resources on Hawaiian homelands. And geothermal is a prime renewable energy opportunity. So I do support Commissioner Kalekini's idea of creating a PIG to explore what this particular F3 says. The purpose of this subject agenda item is to initiate dialogue amongst the Hawaiian Homes Commission on renewable energy opportunities that would consist of investigation, exploration, and identification of efforts of potential geothermal resources within Hawaiian homelands located more specifically on Hawaii Island. So this is really an exploration of geothermal, which I think is a very good futuristic idea for us to be in control of revenue, which was clear in the Attorney General's opinion. So I am in support of that, and I am in support of creating a PIG.
Okay. Members, further discussion, Commissioner Awo, followed by Commissioner Taruya.
So I too have read the AG's opinion, and that's all it is. It's an opinion. The only opinion that matters is that of the commission. And I don't agree with exploration utilizing commission time to form a PIG when simultaneously we should also be forming a PIG to determine how to encumber funds for the second year. That is more important. And it's not that I don't see the value of this proposal. It's just, does this constitute, from a commission point of view, does this address the immediate need that waitlisters, the majority of who have spoken, does this align with their concerns? And clearly it does not. So I don't want, for me, I see no value in setting aside time from this commission to do a PIG that takes away from the voices of our beneficiaries that have spoken. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wo. Commissioner Turia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So at this time, I'm going to entertain a motion that the F3, that the commission deny and not support the direct department evaluate whether Act 279 funds should be used to pursue geothermal resources development. It means to generate revenue to reduce the homestead application waiting list. That's my motion. You have a second on the floor.
So there's a motion and there's by Taruya, second by Helm.
Discussion?
We also have public test. We also have two people who are waiting to testify, members. It's just been brought to my attention.
Thank you.
Discussion on the motion, and then we'll move to testimony. Commissioner Turia, it's your motion. So if you'd like to discuss, please feel free.
Well, I'm going to agree with our vice chair and his statement on the PIGs, reforming the PIG for this purpose. So the motion's on the floor, and then I'll just listen to whoever signed up for discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, can we please repeat the motion on the floor?
Yes, Commissioner Turia.
Thank you. The motion is that the commission not support item F3 direct, just as stated on your agenda. It states here, that's the motion.
And your motion is to not move forward, correct?
Correct, not support, yeah.
Okay.
The
We
evaluate.
have two testifiers, Kai McDonald and Faith Chase. Kai McDonald. You have the floor first. Please proceed.
Aloha, oops,
Aloha.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, lots of deliberation. So aloha, commission and designate interim chair Anderson. I apologize, I'm not able to put my camera on. I'm kind of walking and talking, but ano ai o kainoa McDonald o ko inoa no wailuku mayao. I am a waitlist beneficiary. I serve as an executive board member of the Homestead Association Serving the Waitlist, founded in 2008. The Association of Hawaiians for Hawaiian Homestead Lands, chaired by Mike Kahikina and 8 directors who serve across the Pai'aina and the continental US, as many beneficiaries reside on the continent waiting on the list. The All is a member of the SHA, chaired by Kipukai Kuali'i. Together we stand in opposition in item F3 to spending $2 million of Act 279 funds. Every dollar of the Waitlist Reduction Act shall be spent getting lots issued immediately to waitlist Hawaiians. In capturing the essence of earlier testimony provided by All Chairman Mike Kahikina, an emergency meeting with the All Waitlist Organization and Shaw Executive Policy Team deliberated this agenda item and unanimously passed the recommendation to deploy a statewide special call to action petition. From Saturday afternoon on February 18th to 7:30 a.m. Monday, February 20, over 84 waitlist beneficiaries, current homestead lessees, and successors completed this survey. 90% are waitlist beneficiaries. The data captured in this report was important to establish the strong opposition to agenda item F3. In this 203-page document submitted yesterday, in accordance to the instructions on the DHHL website, just want to note the agenda was published on the website on Thursday evening, which doesn't give enough time for proper beneficiary review. My testimony, along with the special call to action petition report, shows strong opposition of agenda item F3. In ending, these funds must remain true to Act 279's purpose and recommend other sources, including OHA funds, to pursue geothermal development. Every dollar of Act 279 must be spent on waitlist families, direct supportive housing services, and issuing land for homes, agriculture, and pastoral purposes. Get our people on the AINA. I wanted to also add my mana'o in opposition, ole, to establishing the Permitted Interaction Group, PIG, for future study. Mahalo, Maui Commissioner Awo. We mahalo you for recognizing this petition, this collective voice of our waitlist beneficiaries. Thank you, commissioners, for your consideration. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Faith Chase.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Aloha. Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Oh. Aloha, Chair and Commissioners today. I would also like to mahalo the previous testifier for that clarity and for that work on the petition. I guess this is a little short notice, but I'm going to do my best to understand Act 279. I feel like that the deviation towards anything other than getting homesteaders, beneficiaries on the AINA in their homes and supporting, the reduction of the wait list is really important. I've been doing outreach top of COVID, and there are homesteaders and beneficiaries that are struggling in Central Maui that are excited and eager to see the things that are coming down the line. There's been hope that has been absent for a really long time. So while I understand the climate issues we have and the energy issues we have, I believe that there's a lot of creativity for investors and other sources of funding for that sort of ESG, environmental, social, and governance take on things that help our climate situations, but I don't feel like this is the right place. I kind of, for lack of a better word, I think it's, for lack of a better figure of speech, it kind of seems like maybe it was low hanging fruit, and there's a lot of other ways, other areas that can be explored for funding in this space. I will keep my comments about geothermal to myself, because at the end of the day today, this is about housing houseless, homeless, those struggling with safe sleeping spaces, and those beneficiaries and waitlisters that are sleeping in their cars. I'm not speaking from this capacity, but I have been going to meetings for 2 years. I am a commissioner on the Healing Solutions for Homelessness, and I often bring waitlister and beneficiary data to my meetings, as I've shared with you today. Thank you for the motion. I also disagree with creating a PIG, and best of luck in making sound decisions that protect your beneficiaries. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the testifiers that we have.
Chair. Sorry, I feel compelled to say one more thing. I do support geothermal. I don't support using these funds for that purpose. Okay. And so, since we have a senator that's supporting this, again, I would ask that the money come in a separate set aside for that specific purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members.
Chair,
All in,
Chair, for you,
Commissioner Helm.
go with the vote. The way I look at it is that the staff, PIG, and all those that were involved in 2022 regarding the Act 279, let's just look back and see the work they put in and the energy they put in. I mean, it got to this point. So for me, and also there's a time frame. If you don't get these things that is proposed, done in a timely manner, we might lose some of that money. So let's just stick to You know, like Commissioner Alwo said, I'm not against geothermal. It's just the funding should come from somewhere else. Okay, so that's my manao.
Commissioner Kaleki,
Yeah. So,
in support or in opposition to the motion? Please proceed.
well, I would support this motion, but are we talking about Patty's?
The motion
amendment?
that's on the floor, sir, yes.
I would be opposed to that.
Okay, please proceed with your remarks.
I hear what fellow commissioners are saying on not using the money that's in the 600 appropriations for Act 279. But we're just evaluating. We're not committing to using the money at all. I mean, if that ever came up, it would have to come before this commission again. Right? So it's just about evaluating. And I hear what Commissioner will say, yeah, I agree. Setting up a PIG to follow up on this Act 279 and encumbering monies, that should be the priority. I agree. But I also feel that there are other commissioners that if they are interested in pursuing and evaluating other alternatives and opportunity to help our waitlisters, then those commissioners should be given an opportunity. And therefore, that's why I oppose the motion on the table. Thank you.
So, again, I might be a little confused here, but I think the motion, well,
The motion is to oppose
is to oppose.
the item.
Okay.
The
You know-
motion is to oppose the evaluation.
Okay, so, I want to say, add to what Commissioner Kalekini is saying. In the time we spend doing an evaluation with the expressed interest in setting aside 2 million, that means we hold up $2 million until we make a determination if in fact we're going to spend it. And that constitutes a delay. And it's just a distraction. So I'm gonna stop there. Thank you.
Members, any further discussion?
Call for the question.
Okay. Commissioner Freitas.
Point of clarity, sorry to delay this process. If we were to go ahead the PIG committee and we were to go through this process, we were cross T's, dot I's, and it came back that there was minimal risk or whatever had to come back with a positive result, would we have to use Act 279 monies to fund this moving forward, or could we use another line item to fund this? I'm sorry, I said that.
I'm sorry, what's your question?
My question is, if we were to move forward the PIG committee
Mhm.
and we were to go through this whole process, the evaluation process, and again, I'm sorry for elongating this process.
Mhm.
And would we have to use 279 monies to move forward and actually do a more in-depth $2 million as far as any more in-depth research into it and actually digging and identifying?
Well, this
Or could we go
particular
back to the
item,
ledge? We go back to the ledge and ask for money next session or the session after that, or whenever the process was concluded?
nothing prevents the commission and the department from going to the legislature in the future, but the item that we're considering today is to direct the department to do an evaluation of utilizing 279 funds, Commissioner. So a yes vote today signifies your support of the department doing the evaluation, utilize 279 funds. A no vote today signifies your non-support of moving forward, asking the department to do an evaluation. Just very quickly, the chair will be supporting the position of the East Hawaii Island Commissioner. That's all I'll say there. So at this time, I'll call for the vote.
No, I want a roll call vote, please, Mr. Chair. Roll call.
There's been a request for a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Can you restate the motion that's on the table?
The
now?
motion is to oppose the F3 in developing an evaluation group to use Act 279 funds to be used to pursue geothermal resource development as a means to generate revenue to reduce the homestead application waiting list. It's stated right on the agenda as noted. Thank you.
So a yes vote is to oppose, a no vote is to support.
I oppose.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Wu,
Aye.
Commissioner Freitas,
Oh, no.
Commissioner Helm, Commissioner Kalekini,
So,
Commissioner Namuo. No. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya,
Aye.
Chair Anderson.
Nope.
4 ayes, 4 noes, the motion does not pass.
Motion failed, so that's it.
Okay, so the motion fails.
we
This
have to
item
jump
has been
in.
tabled. Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioners. Thank you
Point of
very much.
clarification, real quick, F2, item number F2.
Oh.
I forgot to mention, I know we talked about it. The demolition includes the warehouse, not just the mezzanine. Just wanted to make that clear. I know we didn't make it clear on the amendment. I know we just did the maximum on the cap amount at 200,000.
Right. but it's
I just
taking-
wanted to make
you're
it clear
taking
we're
everything
clearing the
down to the
entire,
foundation.
correct, the
Right.
entire warehouse and mezzanine.
Understood.
so Kahana.
Yeah.
With, climate change is affecting that entire site, right?
Yes.
So when it goes down, given the reality of climate change, what do you envision to maintain commercial opportunities for that area?
I envision it being, continuing to be an industrial site, and the onus will be put on the developer, whoever the successful bidder is, to do the accommodation that they need to,
So do we have any developers that are approaching the department with ideas?
we've had, inquiries about the properties being available and what's available and this and that, but not specifically throwing in, development type, plans.
Yeah, I'm just curious how you mitigate that if you're driving your car into salt water on high tide,
Right.
So, okay, thank you.
No, but Kahan, I think a lot of businesses have put up with that, in that Mapuna Puna. And I think in the future, maybe the department, and not discrediting you, but they should look at staffing and hiring a commercial staff person to take care and look into all our commercial properties to assist you to move forward, because that's a lot. I mean, it is a lot on you to look over all of these island-wide, so, maybe eventually that vacancy part can be that kind of person coming in to work on all just commercial. So that's another, thank you very much for your hard
Chair.
work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Salah.
Kahana, Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
yeah,
Hall.
was there any study done on if a developer or someone that's gonna do its business there to divert that flood waters into the river?
Not yet, no.
I just was wondering what the cost would be for doing something like that. Because isn't on the east side of that area, there's a river, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Actually, on the west side of it.
Okay,
other side of
above,
that, yeah,
it's by Port Chapter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just was asking if there was any study done about.
I
Diversion.
know back in 2016, former staff person Alan Llanos had worked with a consultant and did some due diligence stuff. I can pull that information, and if the commission is interested in looking at that information, I can provide that. Some due diligence type studies that was done back in that time. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Thank you very much, Mr. Albino. Much mahalo. The planning office representatives, please come forward. Please proceed.
Aloha Commissioners, Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. Item G1. The recommended motion action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission support the establishment of a new water division within the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. This is a follow-up on the discussion that we had at the commission last month. With me today, I have Gigi Kyrell, the department's grant specialist.
Good afternoon, Chair Anderson and Commissioners. Gigi Kyrell, Grant Specialist, today volunteer Water Division Planning Office. As Andrew mentioned, item G1, this is to ask for your formal support to establish the new Department Water Division. This is a follow-up from the informational submittal we did last month in January on just a briefing about DHHL's water systems. This is just going to be a very high-level presentation. All the details will follow in the action steps if we get the approval for today. Next slide. Just a quick reminder, the Hawaiian Homes Commission adopted the water policy plan in 2014. And the vision there is to provide access to water and supporting infrastructure for homestead lands. Also within the plan, there are goals and objectives to better manage the water systems and to operate them at a financially break-even point, which we learned last time we are not breaking even. That's why they're municipal government services. Next slide. And again, just a reminder, the commission and the department's kuleana, as we are owners of these water systems and these are trust assets, we are responsible for providing access to safe, clean drinking water for the purpose of community health and safety. So just quickly, the agenda, next slide. Just a quick brief overview in the background, and we'll just get straight into the proposed structure of the new water division, its benefits to the department and to the beneficiaries, what it looks like, its budget and timeline. Next slide. So just real briefly, the department owns and operates 4 water systems statewide. Our largest water system is on the island of Molokai, then on Oahu, and then 2 on the west side of Hawaii Island. In total, we serve about 900 customers, which also includes the Molokai Airport, schools, churches on Molokai, and businesses. Next slide. The current structure of the department and how we manage these trust assets is highly decentralized. There's at least 3 divisions and 4 different offices. All have a role in how we manage our system. So guess what happens when you're highly decentralized? There's a lot of confusion, miscommunications and coordination. And there's really no clear lines of authority. So we're constantly having to go to the chair to make final decision-making on almost every single item in managing the systems. That's not a good way to operate. Next slide. This is our current organizational chart for the department as it is shown on the website. The new water division would be at the same level as a division. We currently have 3 divisions, land development, land management, and homestead services. So we are simply going to be adding, the proposal is to add a new division called the water division. Next slide. So this chart is in your submittal. Sorry for the tiny print on the presentation, but this is what the new water division would look like. It would be headed by a water division administrator, similar to a county department water director. There would be a total of 12 positions. Half of the positions, 6 of them would be operators, certified operators. We are required by state law and federal law to have certified operators operating our water systems. So that's really where the bulk of the staffing is going to be. We need operators on the Big Island. We have 2 systems there, one in Anahola and our largest one on Molokai. The State Department of Health since 2018 has recommended that we have 4 full-time operators just on Molokai, and we only have 2. So, we're wearing out our current operators. There is also a accounting section to handle water billings and collections. And just as a reminder, we are at 40% delinquency at every water system in water bill delinquencies. That accounts to about $1 million a year of customers, primarily lessees, not paying their water bills. So we do need 2 full-time clerks just to handle billing and collections. And also with any water department, there's also an informational officer for customer service, issues with bills, and any other matters related to the water system. So as you can see from this water division, the emphasis really is on the expertise. We need the staff expertise in these areas. Right now, the way we're spread out, when you look at all our divisions, you really have no one person that has the water expertise. We used to have a couple of people, but they left the department in 2019. We haven't filled those positions either. So we're running these things low on fuel, with hardly any expertise and skill. And these are huge priorities because it's directly related to protecting community health and safety. Next slide. Overall, so the way we're running now, we're running on about over $5 million a year in budget, the way we're spread out. In centralizing, we will achieve some efficiencies and some cost savings. So the projected budget for a new water division would be about $4.4 million. If you take out payroll, which is state general funds, and you take out the admin and operating, it comes down to almost to about $3 million for this new division. So again, we're operating currently at over 5. We could take it down to 3 million by centralizing, becoming more efficient, bringing in the water expertise that we need, and being able to address the delinquencies and bring up those revenues. Next slide. This is just a quick picture of the types of expenses for any water system. It's not particular to the department. But generally, the 2 biggest expenses for any water system, large or small, is personnel. In our case, we have contracted operators, except for Molokai, and of course, electricity. We spend close to $500,000 a year on electricity alone for Molokai. That's just one system. Next slide. Balancing the budget, again, moving towards centralizing all the water pieces into one division, implementing a rigorous customer education and enforcement program to reduce that 40% delinquency, bring in the revenue, and issue water bills on a timely manner. The other way to balance the budget is obviously to decrease expenses. So of course, completing the major capital improvement projects, which are Anaho and Holehua. Those are very old water systems. So once we complete the improvement projects, we'll have less leakage and brand new pipes and motors and pumps. So that will help with the efficiencies. Transition the operator contracts into employee status so that payroll will go on to the state general fund. And in general, reducing the volume of water produced by conservation, plugging leaks, conducting water audits, and addressing unaccounted for water. Unaccounted for water are things where agencies take from our fire hydrants, construction companies take also from our fire hydrants, and we do not necessarily meter them or charge for them. So we do need to get a handle of who else is taking water from us. Next slide. Next steps and timeline. So the first step, we had this staff proposal to the department chair at the time in 2018. The concept was approved, but it did not go any further. So the immediate next step is internally, we do need to form an internal working group to update the 2018 proposal and to involve a representative from each of the divisions that's involved, including HR. Then we submit a formal request for review and approval by the chair, and then moved on to the Department of Budget and Finance. Then when it goes through all of the steps, it's the last page in the submittal, then the department can initiate the establishment of the new division. The overall timeline from start to finish is approximately 18 to 24 months. And just a note, Of the 12 positions in the new division, about 5 of them currently have a body in them. So in establishing positions, we would need to establish 7 positions, not the entire 12. And we'll work closely with HR on identifying those positions. That's it. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the staff?
Yes, Chair.
Commissioner Helm.
Yeah, thank you. Mahalo, Andrew, and mahalo, Gigi, for your presentation. Yeah, within the past 14, 16 hours, I've received emails and texts from some of the beneficiaries and association members on Molokai. They're not opposing to this water division, but they need some time to go and review the documents so they would understand it much better. So I would like to, and plus Molokai, Hawaiian water system is the largest water system under DHHL throughout the state. And there's also concern about MIS. Where will MIS go in the future? Because right now that's another issue that a lot of our residents are concerned on Molokai. So with that said, I was asked to, if possible, we could defer this to the next month's meeting before we make any decision on this matter. Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner Helm. Yeah, I would defer to the chair as far as, any reviews of drafts. It has been in a concept stage. So it would be up to chair of, at what point would he like to release a draft. Typically, a reorganization is done internally. It is a department level decision. And in this case, this is the first time I'm aware that we're actually bringing a reorganization to the full commission. It's not a typical item. In regards to MIS, that's the Molokai irrigation system. We have nothing to do with MIS. It is owned and operated by the State Department of Agriculture. Although I understand many of our beneficiaries are customers of MIS. So, at this point, it is not our system. We have plenty enough to do with the 4 we have.
Are you saying that this decision does not require commission approval? Is that what you're saying?
It does not require commission approval. It is, I think, last month, I believe, there was a lot of vocal support by the commissioners at last month's discussion. And I think Chair had offered a gesture to support the commission's sentiment on the concept of a water branch. So as a follow-up to the discussion at the commission last month, staff decided to put it on the agenda as a follow-up to the general sentiment of support that the commission shared during last month's discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Nevis.
Yes, first of all, thanks Gigi for your presentation and all those that are involved to keep this, if I could say, afloat. And I've got the information out on water operator to about 6 different individuals, and also Kane'ika Kona School, their trades program has it today, and they're looking at getting us some operators for our own whole system. So, I see these systems. There's one in Molokai, one in Anahola, and one on Kauai, and Pukapu, which are 3 different islands. So I would like to see, as we start putting the process together, the working process, my biggest concern right now is someone that has to apply for agricultural water that, and because I applied for it. First they always said you have to have an EIN number. I don't know why you needed that. You only have to irrigate 2/3 of your lot. And now they want tax information, and I'm a third party. So it's a big mess. And that's just to get, that water rate. And I understand it's easy to use what's been established in, in the general public for how they do their water system. But I would think that we would look more closely if we're gonna push, especially in the areas of pastoral and agricultural, that we look at an easier way for people to apply for those things. I mean, the whole idea is let's get them out there to start utilizing our property like they're supposed to. We put a lot of barriers that makes it more difficult. But I'd like to see, if at all possible, and I think I agree, this is not something that the commission should be deciding on. This is really up to the chair to decide to move forward. I think we support it because it's, you know, we're dealing with too many different entities, okay? If I got something broken, I gotta call you, you're working on grants, I gotta call somebody else, and so on and so forth. And, you know, the HSD, it's sort of like, you know, it's sort of like a wart. They just, I don't know nothing about it, I don't know how it works. But anyway, but everybody's trying to put it together. I support putting this together, but I think it'd be a good idea to at least not do a permitted action group, but actually have the representative from each one of those islands be involved in those discussions as we move along, so we can sort of help it get to the right place. We all know our beneficiaries and what our problems are, so I think I'd appreciate that. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any further? Commissioner Trujillo.
Oh, no, thank you. First of all, thank you to Gigi for bouncing yourself back and forth to do water, and then you take care of the grants. But so this is a new HR division that you did show us that the chairman can propose to move forward in hiring the water division, staff, correct?
Yes, correct. Just like any other reorganization for the department. It's usually done at the chairman's level. Yes.
Yeah, internal. I'm sorry, you mentioned internal. So my question is, you also mentioned that we have a lot of delinquents. And so did you come up with a number? Did I hear a number of delinquents on water?
Yes, out of the 900 customers that we have, 40%, 40, on every system is delinquent. And when I added up the numbers, it's about $1 million as of end of fiscal 2022.
So that's $1 million that should be in the
Budget.
trust.
Yep, that should come into as revenue to help pay for our bills.
You know, I think we heard from beneficiaries and from this commission how important a water division is to be established. You know, without water, you can't do development. And so I think having that and what you showed of the qualifications of staff, you know, I think we need to take that and move forward with that, you know, to developing that. The other question I had that you mentioned is that construction don't pay for any water? Did you say something like that we don't charge them water rates or any construction?
I would have to defer to land development.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard you say that they
Yeah,
don't pay anything.
there are times where we may not even be aware that companies are taking from our
So
system.
before you answer that, why is that too? Okay.
Well, when you look at Ho'olehua, for example,
Okay.
we have 50 miles of pipe that covers Ho'olehua Homestead, Kalamua Homestead.
Yes.
And some of the pipe is way out, you know, in remote areas where we have fire hydrants. So we don't have an attendant that's there 24 hours, right? So it's very easy for contractors to strip our fire hydrants and take water, okay? We also have a lot of agreements, which we will be revisiting with the agencies, right? Highways, parks, you know, because they need water for, you know, whatever their functions are. You know, so we just need to get a better handle on what's called unaccounted for. And we need to meter them, and we need to figure out how to charge them, right? And then I'll defer to Stuart as far as construction.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Aloha Chair and Commissioners, Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator, Land Development Division. So for the Ho'olehua water project that is ongoing, so when the scope of work was provided, in the scope of work, the department included water to the contractor at no charge. And the reason being that if we charge the contractor for water, they're just going to charge us back. Okay, but we have in there, in the scope of work is that they need to meter it. They need to coordinate with the Molokai District Office, which they have done so. And they submit records of the water usage. Okay, so that's the situation there. We have a relationship with the County of Maui in which they provide dust control on Hawaiian homelands, dirt roads. And so the county provides that service, so we provide the water for that. So there's no charge for that. We do also, we don't have a specific metering, but we have discussion with the county when they do so, approximately how much water they pull from our system. We've tried to use Molokai irrigation water from the state, but that system, according to them, is really under capacity. So we're not able to use that cheaper water. We would rather use that cheaper water because it's non-potable, and for dust control, it is adequate. But we have to, I guess, evaluate, balance out how we use the water and what kind of services we provide.
Thank you for that. Yeah, our advice is so important, Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Helm.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just want to make some comments on, I am on that Olivo water system. Thank you so much because it's on the water. No, the boys on Molokai is doing a hell of a job. But I'm just, I have to speak for the beneficiaries and those that are concerned on the island of Molokai, because I want to be sure that they're included throughout the process. And I know this is more so the department and the chair's decision to create a division, but hopefully that before we move to the next step throughout the process, somehow we can go to the island of Molokai on the whole of Kauai and allow the beneficiaries to ask questions about this division, if that's possible to, and if they have any questions. Is that good, or is that possible about this? Yeah, beneficiary consultation, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I'll defer the BC question to Andrew, but just FYI to the commission, when we started the staff proposal, it was actually a result of several studies that we had done by third parties, which pointed us in the direction of this central division. And I can assure you, commissioners, every division, including every district office, was part of that conversation. And when we did the presentation to the divisions, before we brought it to the chair in 2018, every division was on board. They were here in Halepono'i, where we went over the proposal, and they were very excited because they are so overloaded, especially the district offices that have 1,000 things on their plate. They're not able to focus on water. So they have been involved every step of the way in the first concept draft, as well as the last package that was sent to the chair in 2018. And we do meet monthly with every division. And this is brought up at those monthly meetings. So there's plenty of opportunity over the years where the staff, from Stewart's staff, Juan, and the district offices and the supervisors, they were all involved. So I just wanted to make sure you folks knew that as well.
Commissioner Helm, related to your question about whether or not the department can entertain additional dialogue on a water branch. Our beneficiary consultation policy requires consultation on 4 specific actions. 1 is the promulgation of department plans. 2 is amendment of those plans. 3 is long-term use of Hawaiian homelands for non-homesteading purposes. And 4 is on statewide policies. So the proposal in front of us today does not necessarily fall into one of those 4 categories. It doesn't preclude us from just having talk story conversations with our beneficiaries and just providing a little bit more information on what this proposal is, even though it is a internal action that will hopefully help the department better service our beneficiaries on these water systems. I think it's always good to be informative to our beneficiaries. When I listened to the testimony from the, I think it was Ms. Greeny on item G1 this morning, I think she brought up a lot of issues related to water, not necessarily related to the reorganization that is in the submittal this month. But I think if we do have a conversation with our beneficiaries on the proposed water branch, I think we probably should also anticipate and expect a larger conversation on water, not just with how the department's organized, but I think the conversation will include our water systems, other water issues related on the island of Molokai. I think Ms. Greeny mentioned a couple of things about wanting to have access to ag water. I think that is a complicated conversation to have, but a necessary conversation to have. I think some of your comments were related to the MIS, and those were concerns that beneficiaries brought to you. I think those are separate issues, but I think a conversation on water, especially on the island of Molokai, we can definitely have more of those in the future.
So Gigi, so this is on the website, this information?
The submittal, yes, the submittal is.
So if we want to go on the website, we can,
It's
look into it, right?
Yeah, it's posted in the commission packet.
And again, this month's submittal is a follow-up from last month where we did an informational and the commission and the chair wanted to show support for moving forward, with a division. So this is really at a very high level. There's not a lot of the details yet because we have not yet approached HR to sit down and, go through all the nitty-gritty. So again, it's a high level, I guess more or less a symbolic support because it is an internal reorganization for the department and for the chair.
How long do you anticipate, how long will this take, you think?
So my understanding of our department reorganizations in general is 18 to 24 months. Yeah, because we have to do consultation with BNF. So at the last page of the submittal are the steps. The unions have to be consulted, affected employees and affected divisions all need to be consulted. Yeah, there's a lot of steps.
Thank you.
So we just need the first step, just the green light, go, move forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, member. Commissioner Owell.
So look, I support what's in front of us. My question is, how can we inspire all of you to come before us to add another box called the Enforcement Division? And I say that, who's going to enforce your 40% delinquency rate? Because, that's just one sliver of all the other issues that are unfolding every day. And I think of poor Kip, he was on Maui recently.
Yes.
He was also Eisenberg, I think, and today he's at the burnt out building. He's a team of one. We need to do better. And I think the staff as a whole needs to appreciate what's required to service the entire fabric of the HHL? Thank you.
And we are working, Commissioner Awo, to beef up staffing in the enforcement team that's led by Kip Akana. We actually did have another enforcement officer who come on, and I don't think he lasted 48 hours before he said no thanks.
Really?
Really,
Oh, you got a quick read. Huh?
he did. So Mr. Akana is still a one-man band.
Yeah. Poor guy, I feel for him.
Thank you. Okay, anything else, staff, on this item?
We can defer if that is more palpable to the commission, given Commissioner Helm's sentiments.
Okay. Commissioner Helm, you're asking for a deferral at this time, yes, okay. So with Commissioner Helm's suggestion, and we'll defer, members, if that's okay. Until next month. Okay, thank you. Next item, staff, please proceed.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Gigi. Commissioners, item G2, the
Please proceed.
the recommended motion action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission accept this beneficiary consultation report as the official public record of beneficiary input and feedback related to Kukulu Kumuhana o Anahola KKOA's request to amend the Kauai Island Plan to relocate 10 acres out of a total of 24 acres of community use to an area makai of the existing Pi'ilani Maikekai Unit 6 subdivision in Anahola, Kawaihau, Hawaii, TMK 4448003-019 portion. With me today is Nancy McPherson, who will walk the commission through this submittal.
Aloha Kako Commissioners, Nancy McPherson, Planner, the Planning Office. We just have a few slides. We'll go through this quickly. What we're asking you today is to accept this beneficiary consultation report as an accurate record of our consultation on this land use amendment. We had come to the commission earlier with an EA, that was the KKOA's EA on the project. It also became evident that a land use amendment was going to be required, but it also became clear that beneficiary consultation, while it had been conducted on the project itself, had not been conducted on the land use amendment, because that realization kind of came up late in the process, and it had to do with the way we map our lands, the way we calculate the acreage. Hopefully we'll be able to modernize that whole process in the near future, and especially with the next island plan update. But so the island plan was approved by the commission in 2004. There have been a few changes to land use since then. But this one is basically redistributing from like one blob into two blobs of community use. And what we're going to be doing before we bring the actual land use amendment to you, hopefully at next month's meeting, is we're going to create better maps and an analysis, a land use analysis that clearly shows to you what we're proposing here. We are not going to propose or support any reduction in the amount of residential homestead land area in this area, but we need to bring that to you as a separate item. So all we're asking for today, hopefully you've been able to review the submittal. We did conduct a beneficiary consultation meeting in December. We did allow for a 30-day comment period. We had, about
20 people attended the Zoom meeting. We only had about 5 comments that came in via email during the 30-day comment period. So then we compiled this report. So as Andrew mentioned to you earlier, this is one of the 4 purposes that triggers, or 4 actions that triggers a beneficiary consultation report. So next slide. So this is the land use plan that was approved by the commission in 2004. It's in the Kauai Island plan. So as you can see, the yellow areas are homestead residential areas. We have general ag, that's in green. We have in orange is special district. And then we have red is commercial. And then we also have community use, which is sort of a light, kind of a mauve color. And next slide, please. So number of commissioners have seen these maps before. So when G70 did the EA for the Ulupono project, this area was identified in the pink on the picture on the left. You can see the TMK, it's a pretty big TMK. The 10-acre portion is outlined in the dotted line, but the community use, the way they calculated it, it actually came out to 24 acres. We have 10 acres that's been recently, a license was given to the charter school in the area. And that leaves a remainder of about 14 acres. So the portion that KKOA wants to use for the Ulupono Anahola project is 10 acres. And then on the right, that again, that shows you what we're talking about where this big approximately 24 acre area is actually just going to be redistributed, because when Pi'ilani Maikekai was built out, the homesteads actually occurred in that area. So there's a discrepancy between the development plan and the land use plan. Now, the other challenge is the fact that, you know, all the area Makai was designated for future homestead development, and that's part of the development plan. So we'll bring all that to you folks next month, hopefully very clearly. And so it'll hopefully answer a lot of questions. But just today, you know, we did identify during the consultation, we did identify from the comments, there were a lot of questions over the years with the way the project was presented to the community. So table 3 on page 6, that was from the first beneficiary consultation that was done on the project itself. So there were a lot of questions. Those questions were answered during, you know, with the EA basically. So they went ahead and completed the EA. But we also, you know, have concerns that have been expressed, including by the Kauai Commissioner, about the use of land that's been identified for homesteading as community use. So that's kind of that's kind of a challenge that we're going to be working on. We do have the complete notes from the meeting, and again, there were questions asked. We responded to the questions. There's some additional information that we need to bring back to the commission and hopefully to the beneficiaries. And that will be included in the staff report in March for the land use amendment. The main thing is that the land designated for residential homesteading is preserved and protected. The beneficiaries have also asked that we update the land use designations map. Now that's something that, you know, we really, as the planning office, need to look at doing. When we have a land use plan that was approved in 2004, and then we have build out of a subdivision, And because of, topography and other kinds of constraints, and Stuart can speak to this more, there's another whole process that happens when you're designing and building a subdivision. And so those things can change the actual placement of the residential homestead area. What we don't have is a mechanism for then updating those land use plans based on existing conditions once that subdivision's been implemented. So that's kind of a feedback loop that maybe we need to think about doing a better job of modernizing and getting all of our information available digitally, maybe through ArcGIS online mapping, that sort of thing. So not only staff, but commissioners and beneficiaries can all see real time where we're at with these land use plans in real time. So that's a long-term goal. As commissioners have said, we have quite a few of those, but we'd like to keep moving forward with modernizing our land use using GIS. So there's support in the community for the project. There's just concern that the land use designations need to be rectified. So that was one of the main takeaways from the beneficiary consultation meeting. We know that needs to be presented clearly to the beneficiaries as well as to the commissioners. Next slide. So these are the past actions that the commission has done. I think I kind of alluded to some of these going through the process. So basically everything we have asked them to do, they have done. They have followed through. They have ongoing communication with the community. They have a good relationship with the Pi'ilani Maikikai homesteaders. And then, so the land use amendment request was deferred until this beneficiary consultation is completed. Next slide. So our beneficiary consultation process, as Andrew referred to, is that it was triggered by the island plan amendment, the need for an island plan amendment, amending the land use designations, basically just their location on the map. The beneficiary consultation must be meaningful, timely, and effective. It occurred over a 2.5 month period. The proposed issue was identified. The beneficiaries were notified, beneficiaries on Kauai. There was a presentation of information and feedback, and then the 30-day comment period occurred. This is the beneficiary consultation report, and now we're requesting action for you to accept the beneficiary consultation report based on that it's an accurate record of beneficiary input and comments. And so we're requesting you to formally accept that. Next slide. Is that the last one? Yeah. Okay. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Members, any questions for staff?
Sure.
Yes, Commissioner Nevis.
Yeah, and thank the department for having that additional beneficiary consultation, considering that it wasn't presented properly the first time around. I know we all got tied up in those maps, but I'm a little, we tried to get out as many people as possible. We had like 25. I think we have 2,500 people on the wait list. I'm a little concerned that this only covers a small portion of that. That's not to your detriment, it's to the detriment of the beneficiaries. That's, we put it out there. We try to get as many people as possible. So that's what we basically have to go through. And you made a comment in that moving forward, we want to preserve those areas that are under residential. So the area that McKepa has for his ROE, there's 2 large parcels there that are residential. And I'm concerned that there's some activity going there. There's some activity from the Honolulu Homers Association that wants to put in a sports complex there. There's 2 large areas of residential. And I want to make sure we continue to preserve that or locate an area that we can maintain that, that amount of property for residential. So we have to do some finagling in that area.
Right, and so if there's any ROEs or licenses issued, then if, you know, it would be that there would be no permanent changes or structures done in those areas.
Correct.
What we really need is we need maintenance, we need site presence, we need, malama. And so I think the goal is to malama those areas, but not to allow any kind of development.
Right. I would hope so. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, anything further for staff on these items?
But I think there's a motion to accept the beneficiary consultation. Is that a? Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Nevis.
Thank you, Nevis. Oh.
Oh, and we also had Ray Nam, who's the executive director of
Okay.
KKOA. If you have any questions, she's available.
Okay. Raynam?
Go ahead, Ray.
I don't think she heard me. Oh, she muted.
Auntie, you're on mute.
Ray, we can't hear you for some reason. You need to turn on your microphone if you can.
Mike,
I think, Ray, if you have any comments, maybe you could put them in the chat really quickly because I think we're running out of time today, so.
members, just to let everyone know, we're gonna close today's meeting at 4:45 to give our staff sufficient time to get to Kapolei Middle for this evening's meeting.
Thank you, Mr.
To set up.
Yes, thank you. I was just gonna ask you that too.
Yeah, we can't follow that
Yeah.
up
So you're just gonna defer everything to tomorrow?
until, we'll go until 4:45, Commissioner Trujillo, and that's all we can do. Otherwise, we
Yeah.
risk following up tonight's meeting, which
No, no,
wouldn't be
no,
good.
I support you. Thank you.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor with a second. Any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion is carried.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. And would staff please come forward for the next item? Thank you so much.
Aloha, Lehua, Kinilau Kano, Nahasda Government Relations Program Manager. So item C2 before you is really just information only. As you folks know, this commission approved 10 legislative proposals. As of this point in the legislative session, 9 of the 10 legislative proposals have at least a vehicle moving. Unfortunately, proposal 2 on the Commission on Water Resource Management does not have a vehicle moving. So that bill, as of this session, we don't have a vehicle moving forward. I just want to acknowledge Deputy Ducat, who has been meeting with legislators with me to try and inform the legislators about the department's package and priorities. So I appreciate all the work that she did in meeting with legislators about the department's budget and priorities. I'm really not going to go into every single bill. As I mentioned, all vehicles are alive. I want to focus on a couple bills because I think there's some misinformation, and I'm hopeful that this, at least this report, may inform discussion on the measure. So one of them is proposal HHL 05, interim admin roles. I think there's some misinformation about this measure. This measure would not remove the ultimate goal of getting Chapter 91 rules. All it does is it's interim admin rules. So because DHHL's process is so lengthy, unlike any other department in the state of Hawaii, we actually do beneficiary consultation before we even do Chapter 91 public hearings. So all this bill was trying to accomplish was the department would go through beneficiary consultation, and at that point, there would be an interim admin role. And the commission would approve first, and that interim admin role would only be for 18 months. And it would allow the department to go through public hearing, Chapter 91, and at the end of that, we get final rules that are completed, but we'd at least be able to move forward with interim rules after beneficiary consultation. I think there's this idea that we're wanting to, not comply with beneficiary consultation, and that's just not accurate and not what the bill is seeking to accomplish. So I just, wanted to highlight that bill. The other bill I wanted to, because again, I think there's some misinformation around, is HHL 07 on adoption. This bill does not change the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act in any way. You still need to have the minimum blood quantum requirements and relationships in order to receive or be a successor of a homestead lease. All this was doing was addressing familial relationship. And so when we testify on this bill, we always explain and we use the scenario of grandmother. At one time, right now, if you want to designate your someone who's at least 25%, but they're not 50%, it can be your spouse, your child, your grandchild, brother, sister. At one time, grandchild was not on the list. So there was a time when a lessee wanted to leave her homestead to her grandchild. She legally adopted her grandchild in order to do that, so that now grandchild is her child, and she could designate her grandchild, now child, as her successor. Going forward, now grandchild is child. Grandchild has a brother, biological brother, same parents and everything. But now, because grandma legally adopted grandchild, now child is actually, whereas they're biologically brother and sister, she's now relationship-wise, that relationship was severed, and she's now aunt to her brother, which now requires him to be 50%. So all this bill was attempting to do was to recognize familial relationships. And I think there's some misinformation as if we're trying to avoid or do something different than what's in the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, and that's just not what we're attempting to do. So I just wanted to sort of clear and get an explanation, I think, around those two bills. I also wanted you folks to be aware that at least on the House side, House Bill 567, which is why 4 of these bills are bolded, they're calling it a DHHL omnibus bill. So they combine 4 bills into one bill. So the tax exemption, the affordable housing credits, the school impact fees, and the Act 279 lapse fix in House Bill 567 is all in one bill. So I know that on the Senate side, they have Senate Bill 448, but Senate Bill 448, they took out the lapse fix. And the conversations that I'm hearing is that it's something that the legislature might not want to address this legislative session. Because we basically have until June 30, 2024, under the Constitution. It may be something that the legislature may want to look at next legislative session instead of this legislative session, and see how far DHHL gets in encumbering funds. So it's very possible that that bill might not, or a version of it may not pass this year. But I think the education was important, that we had the conversation now, so that next year, before that deadline, we make sure that we have some vehicle if it doesn't move this year. So that's pretty much our legislative package. I also included in the submittal the budget. which compares our sufficient sums asked to what was included in the governor's budget. So you could see how those numbers look like. I also included for your, just so that you would have it, because the House did adopt House Resolution 10. And I wanted you folks to be aware about the establishment of a legislative working group to oversee the HHL's execution of funds appropriated pursuant to Act 279. So you have that resolution in the submittal. And then finally, I just put bills that we've been testifying on or that have anything to do with DHHL in a separate spreadsheet, measure tracking spreadsheet that you have. And I'd be more than happy to go through any of those if you have any questions. But again, this is just, just giving you an update as of where we are. As of now, right now, we just passed first lateral and we're in the period before first decking, and then eventually the bills will cross over.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Lehua. I forgot that bill. I just went senior moment. That bill on the Shimabukuro's SB on the Kauhale bill.
SB 1040.
Oh, yeah, 1040. Okay. No senior moment. Okay. Where is that? Or did she submit the amendments to that SB 40?
Yes, 1040. Yes. So she amended the bill from its original version. So as I understand it, I believe it's to be used for rent with option to address the wait list. So it's changed from the version that she introduced.
She took out homeless and she put in kupunas.
I believe homeless might still be in there. I think because the bill title is relating to homelessness.
But I thought her amendment was to delete that part, and then she was going to concentrate on waitlist and a kupuna.
Right, right. I do believe that that is her intent. But again, the bill title is relating to homelessness. So it was attempting to address our beneficiaries who may be facing homelessness, is my understanding.
Being that you said that, how do you define a beneficiary as facing homeless? How do you define that?
So
Do
I
you
can
have a-
see if her bill does. I mean, homelessness has very different definitions, even within the federal government. There's different laws that define homelessness differently. I think ultimately she heard from the testimony and wanted it to be clear that at least this was for beneficiaries. I think that was one of the concerns that was raised.
Yeah, because in that SB 1040, it specifically had just leeward coast, no other area.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Lehua. Can you kind of give me some background on the 0623 established compliance enforcement program with the HHL?
So the compliance and enforcement measure did not make it into the governor's package, but we did get a representative and a senator to introduce. Senate Bill 490 was heard by Judiciary and WAM. So assuming that the Senate votes on it favorably, then that bill should cross over to the House. But that bill has changed from the original version. The original version, of course, was what this body approved. But what the Senate Hawaiian Affairs Committee did was Senator Shimabukuro, based on testimony that was submitted by the Department of Law Enforcement, authorized funding for Department of Law Enforcement to have staff to ensure compliance on Hawaiian homeland. So that's how the bill has changed. The Judiciary and Ways and Means made another amendment to the bill, which essentially allows for